of the Boulder City Council. We're going to get started with a couple of announcements. First of all is about What's Up Boulder. The City of Boulder invites all of our community members to What's Up Boulder, an event to have fun and chat with staff about current and future plans and projects across the city. What's Up Boulder will take place this Sunday from 1 to 3:30 p.m. at Foothills Community Park in North Boulder in the Pavilions area. Come join us for family activities, free entertainment, and to learn more about your local government. And what could be more exciting than that? And our other announcement is about the Better Public Meetings Project. So the City of Boulder is partnering with the National Civic League on a nationwide effort to make council meetings more engaging and satisfying for everyone who participates. As part of this effort, we want to hear about your experiences with our meetings. We invite community members who are either in person or online for council meetings starting tonight and running through our December 7th meeting to rate your experience. Okay, this makes me nervous. We have an online scorecard that takes about 2 minutes to fill out. The link to it is on the screen now, and for the online audience, we're putting a link and QR code in the chat. You may complete the scorecard once for each time you participate in a council meeting over the next 3 months. Okay.
Will people be timed in that 2 minutes it takes them to fill out the survey?
That's right. I'll gavel them shut if they take too long. All right, and with that, I will go ahead and call to order this September 7th meeting of the Boulder City Council. And if we could start with the roll call, please, Alicia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And good evening, everyone. We'll start as usual with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Bronkett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkers.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Present.
Councilmember Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
Happy to be here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much, Alicia. So first item of business, I would request a motion to amend the agenda to remove item 6B, which is the update and request for direction regarding the intergovernmental agreement with the Boulder Public Library District, which is being moved to the September 14th study session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Okay. And that is unanimous. The agenda is amended. And now we have some declarations to read, starting with a declaration recognizing the 10th anniversary of the September 2013 flood, presented by Councilmember Friend.
Thank you, Mayor. Is anyone here to receive this? I don't think so, so if not, I'm just going to stay seated. Hearing nothing. Okay. It is my honor to read this declaration commemorating 10 years since the 2013 Front Range flood, today on September 7th, 2023. From September 11th through 15th, 2013, the Front Range region received more than 18 inches of rain, causing flooding, loss of life, and widespread damage. Boulder County, including the City of Boulder, was designated a federal disaster area. That week, the region received more rain than it would receive in a typical full year, with scientists generally agreeing that the magnitude of rainfall occurs in the region once every 100 to 1,000 years. The floods were a defining moment for the Boulder community. We experienced tragic losses of loved ones and devastating damage to property and infrastructure. We also experienced the strength of our community as we came together to help each other during and after the floods. The response relied on members of the community, such as former Boulder County Sheriff Joe Pelly, former Boulder Police Chief Mark Beckner, and units of the National Weather Service and U.S. National Guard. First responders, volunteers, city staff, relief organizations, and neighbors all showed up to lend a hand. Recovery is a multi-year commitment for Boulder as the community builds back stronger and more resilient than before, and as the 10-year commemoration of the floods nears, the City Council of the City of Boulder extends our solidarity and support to those who were lost and to the families impacted, as well as our gratitude to all involved in the response and recovery. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rachel. It's a solemn moment indeed. Now we have National Voter Registration Day declaration presented by Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Thank you. Thank you. Voting is the bedrock of our democracy. Without it, we would not be free, and both our city and our country would not be able to function. Having a say in your future is a basic human right, and we believe that it should be accessible and protected at all costs. Centuries of tireless work have expanded voting rights and access, but the systems for participation in our democracy still maintain barriers for access or simply deny many members of our community their right to vote. Everyone deserves a say in their government, and it is up to us to make sure that voting is a universal right, which includes exercising the right to vote for all who can. While the United States as a whole has one of the lowest voting rates in the world, the state of Colorado leads the nation in voter turnout and universal mail-in ballots. According to Ballotpedia, in 2020, about 67% of eligible voters in the U.S. cast their ballot, but that same year, in Colorado, there was a 76% turnout. Although there were roughly 80 million people who did not vote that year, that was still the highest voter turnout of the 21st century. This year, the City of Boulder is administering inaugural voting methods in our community through ranked choice voting and direct election of the mayor. Our voters approved this change in 2020 to enhance the way voters' choices are counted. We, the City Council of Boulder, declare September 19, 2023 as National Voting Registration Day and urge all community members to take recognition of this event and participate in its observance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And now we have National Suicide Prevention Month declaration presented by Councilmember Folkerts.
And I believe we have Jenna Sinchard online to receive it. She's the executive director of Rise Against Suicide. September is National Suicide Prevention Month and is intended to promote awareness and share suicide prevention resources with the goal of learning how to help those around us and how to talk about suicide without increasing the risk of harm. Suicidal thoughts can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, race, sexual orientation, income level, religion, or background. According to the Center for Disease Control, each year more than 41,000 people die from suicide nationally. It is the 10th leading cause of death among adults in the US and the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 24. Not only does suicide tragically take lives, but it is also devastating to its victims' loved ones. Local organizations like Rise Against Suicide are on the front lines of an issue that may feel uncomfortable discussing due to the taboo surrounding mental illness and suicide. Rise is a nonprofit organization that funds therapy sessions for at-risk youth struggling with suicidal ideation in the Boulder Valley School District and St. Vrain Valley School District. The fact is, ignoring conversations like these perpetuates the stigma against mental health and can put those at risk in greater danger due to lack of support. National Suicide Prevention Month reminds us that every member of our community is silently facing their own challenges. The COVID pandemic created additional economic stress and increased social isolation. These effects continue to impact many in our community, including our youth. We encourage all community members to take the time to check in on the well-being of their family, friends, and neighbors, and to offer support. It can be hard to find hope in these challenging times, but luckily hope is contagious. A simple phone call, message, greeting, or hug can be enough to change someone's day and could save a life. We, the City Council of Boulder, Colorado, declare September 2023 as National Suicide Prevention Month and urge all community members to take cognizance of this event and participate fittingly in its observance. Thank you.
Thank you for that important message, Lauren. And Jenna, would you like to share a few words?
Sure. Thank you, Lauren. And thank you, everyone, for this honor. And it really does touch my heart that people in the city recognize the challenge that our kiddos are having right now. And you're right, Lauren, it's not just the kiddos, it's many people in general, and they lack the resources when they're suicidal. And I'm really grateful that the community has come together to support Rise Against Suicide, because we can't do this alone. We can't help save these children's lives really alone. It takes our whole community, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support and understanding, and most importantly, care. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Jenna, and for the important work that you and Rise Against Suicide does in this area. And with that, we will move on to open comment. And Ryan, I believe you will share the public participation guidelines.
Sure thing. Thank you. My name is Ryan Hanshin, serving the people of Boulder as Community Engagement Manager. And we have slides that are coming up, and I want to make sure everyone here knows that the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. There's more information on this vision on the city's webpage, and a few examples, moving to the next slide, of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code include all remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and sharing your full name when speaking online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. And then in-person participants in council chambers are asked to refrain from expressing support or disagreement verbally or with applause, with the exception of support for declarations. Traditionally, support is shown silently through American Sign Language applause or jazz hands. Thank you for being here tonight to share your input and your perspectives. We appreciate your participation. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ryan. All right, we've got 8 people signed up to speak in person and 1 remote. Each of you will have 2 minutes to speak. If you can just please come up a little bit before your turn comes up. So our first 3 speakers are Michaela Galler, Michelle Rodriguez, and Phoenix Liu.
Hi, my name is Michaela Galler, and I'm a 17-year-old high school student, and I implore you to reconsider the proposal to close Boulder Airport. Many often underestimate the significance of the smaller airports like Boulder within the broader aviation community. What commonly escapes the notice in the crucial role airports like Boulder play in addressing the ongoing pilot shortage. While some may believe there are alternative flight training options in the local area, they often fail to recognize Boulder's unique advantages. In Boulder, you can access single-engine training at much as a more affordable rate compared to other nearby airports, mainly because there is no need to acquire expenses while waiting on the taxiway for extended periods of time. Additionally, KBDU provides the added benefit of glider training, further enhancing the appeal as a valuable asset in aviation education. Like so many pilots, KBDU has been the foundation of my aviation journey. The community has supported me in every critical point. From the moment of age 15, I applied for and won my first flight scholarship for gliders, to when I crossed paths with my mentor Bronson McDonald at Mile High Gliding, who gave me my first job, which allowed me to gain important knowledge not only about flying gliders, but also the essential aspects of ground operations. As a bonus, I was able to get a discount on my flights, enabling me to finish my private pilot's license with a glider rating and have money returned to the flight scholarships for future glider pilots. Closing KBDU would not only deprive current and new pilots of important place to learn and train, but it would also take away the vibrant and supportive community that has been instrumental for many other in my personal path. This airport serves as a gateway for dreams to take flight, providing countless individuals with opportunity to discover their passions and pursue careers in aviation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Really appreciate that. It's rare that we see people under 20 come and testify to us, so really appreciate you taking the time and speaking so eloquently.
Thank you.
Now, Michelle Rodriguez, Phoenix Liu, and Making Coals.
Hi, guys. First, I wanted to congratulate the police department on all the reform, and Chief Harold, the accomplishment you've made. Your anniversary of your announcement of reform is on the same day of my anniversary of my Rodriguez versus Lola tie. That being said, I'm also so grateful for the new police monitor that's being accepted in, and I need to address some things. I haven't been unable to get in touch with you, but today Officer Steinman told me I could email Nuria, but I've got her on speed dial, so I figured Officer Steinman was subject of some concerns I filed back before the last police monitor left, and you're aware of that because I have spoke on that. I have concerns about some very serious things, but today he told me I filed frivolous reports against him. Working in the community with the outreach most recently, and being formerly from the homeless crowd, I have big concerns having my lawsuit haven't been dropped and stuff. I'm very respectfully requesting that this new police monitor review those. I do happen to have a couple of names of some very awesome officers that I spoke with today, though. I'd like to recognize David Kaufman, T. McQueenie, and John Halmy. I haven't had the privilege of being before them. They were witness to some things, but I just wanted to say I'm very excited about the reform, and I support it, and it needs to continue in its best proximity, and if there's anything I'm doing inappropriate, I want to be held accountable, and if there's anything they're doing, I'd like the same to occur. And I appreciate you guys hearing me, and you know I don't just throw you emails just on the random. And I try really hard not to speak out of line and be out of character, and you guys know that's hard for me, but I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Michelle. Now Phoenix Liu, Macon Coles, and Lisa Spalding.
Hi everyone, Phoenix Liu. I was particularly interested in the last time that I came for open comment and wanted to speak about some things that came up for me. Sorry. Wanted to speak about some things that came up for me. One being with the minimum wage increase, my interest in ways that we could get people to step into more responsibility and stewardship of that money within the Boulder city limits instead of the, I think, status quo, which is just make your money and go. And with that, I wonder if there's a way for businesses to be able to make enough money to maintain their rent while not having to up their prices in the face of further inflation. So with a wage increase, would that also mean that businesses increase with pricing? And then as for the 50-50 allotment, I was thinking that to us it may look as though there's a split between the two and it's very black and white. But I wonder if the heads of these organizations could come together as their own sort of council. Because a lot of the members that I saw speaking from Human Resources, I think, could come together with members who are heads of the arts departments, and so then the 50-50 is no longer split. It's then creates a bridge between those two things, and so people in the arts district may be able to receive human resources or general funding that they may need, and vice versa, those in human resources who might be artists and don't know how to explore their passions could then get access to deeper exploration and refinement of their skills and unique gifts. So those were some ideas and visions that came to me, and I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Phoenix. Now we have Macon Coles, Lisa Spalding, and Brenda Lee. Is Macon in the house? Not seeing him, so Lisa, I think you're up.
Lisa Spalding, representing the university.
Lisa, do you mind pulling that?
Whoops.
There you go.
Sorry. There you go. Is that okay? Okay. Lisa Spalding, representing the University Hill Neighborhood Association Executive Committee. When we were reading the evening's agenda, we noticed an item that will impact the Hill and decided it would be a good idea to get ahead of it by speaking to you now. Item C on the consent agenda refers to a summary of the study session on the Hill commercial area revitalization. Revitalization update. We were taken by surprise when removing the special liquor license regulations featured prominently in this revitalization update. No one even asked the neighbors or former council members who worked for a year on those regulations why they were instituted. We were aware of the fact that the planning department wanted to remove the regulations in its use table update to make their job easier, and followed the update when it was presented to the planning board. The board was surprised that the proposal was made without a full conversation with the Hill neighborhood and unanimously recommended leaving the regulations in place until they could be fully dealt with as a separate work plan. The use table update will come before you for first reading October 19th and a public hearing and vote on November 2nd. Those of us who worked on the regulations in 2013 had firsthand experience with the Hill when there were 17 liquor licenses, bars open until 2 a.m. with a high-volume, low-price business model, and violent bar fights. We are at a crucial turning point for the Hill Business District, and everyone is hoping that the Hill Hotel and the CU Conference Center will help to revitalize it. Abandoning these regulations without a complete understanding of why they were introduced and the possible consequences of removing them would be a serious mistake. We recommend that you remove the regulations from the use table update now and schedule this issue in 2024 as either a separate work plan or a significant component of the Hill commercial area revitalization update. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Now, Brenda Lee, Mark Rushton, and Evan Ravitz.
Hi, good evening. This is supposed to be a video, so it's not clicking, it looks like, for a video. Just to click on that one, will it come up as a video?
Unfortunately, we're not able to do
Okay. All right, so maybe just go to the next one. So I'm Brenda Lee, and I'm the founder and president of Boulder Bear Coalition, a nonprofit that I started about 10 years ago. So I'm updating you on some things that are going on right now, and I'm going to kind of rush through since I don't have a lot of time. So this was just from this month, these pictures here. You can go to the next one. And on the left was the alleyway that I came upon a bear that was eating in the trash. So that was what the video was of actually the bear looking at me, I looked at him, and he took off. Okay, so the next one. In 2014, we passed the Bear Protection Ordinance. City Council was amazing on doing that in the city, and my organization worked quite closely on that. So there's that area west side of Broadway. Next slide. So why this matters to me is because these are 3 bears that are in the Uni Hill area right now. So they're the ones, I don't know if they're particularly getting into the trash, but we know bears are getting into trash. Next one. We know that there's very specific areas. There's the same alleys every year. All the red dots are bears that I've personally seen in just this summer. Next one. So the problem has really gotten bad in the last 2 years. It got really good after the ordinance was passed, and this year was the worst I think I've seen it, even before the ordinance, which is saying a lot. Out of 160 reports of street trash that I made, only 18% were given tickets. Code enforcement, I've worked with them closely, and they just don't have the resources. They don't have an officer who can be out there in the morning. They're that's complaint driven. So basically, if I'm out there at 7 in the morning using Inquire, the trash truck's coming through at 7:30. There's not enough time to be driven by that complaint. So the other 82% is by the time they got there, it was already resolved because the trash truck came through. Okay. Sorry.
Well, Brenda, if you can email us the rest of your comments,
okay.
please.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks. Now, Mark Rushton and Evan Ravitz.
Good evening, Mark Rushton, resident of Emerson Avenue, South Boulder. I think there's 3 quick slides here, but And I do want to support Brenda's work, this Boulder Bear Coalition. I'm the founder of Can Shed, and back in the day when that ordinance was passed, it was good news, but support her work. But to the point, drawing your attention to the South Boulder and South Broadway. Next slide, please. So this wooden fence was put up 20-some plus years ago, so I would encourage the Transportation Department to take a look at, I mean, just from a safety perspective and aesthetics, this really needs attention. And next slide. This is the 601, the corner of Broadway and Table Mesa. This is kind of a vacated gas station, 10 years. I mean, what's going on? So why doesn't the city buy this property, turn it into a green space, and be done with it? You know, it's starting to be a safety and an aesthetic issue. And, you know, there's 11,000, 12,000 residents in South Boulder, all paying good tax money, and we're not getting our fair share of that in just kind of the upkeep of the area. So just wanted to draw your attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Yep.
Evan Ravitz is our last in-person speaker.
My friend Mark Homner was homeless, got housed, and spent hundreds of hours working with the city on homeless issues. Mike was one of over 20 people the city sent to Portland and Eugene in 2016 to look at legal homeless camps and tiny home villages, with most of council, including Yates and Brockett. Mike lives across the street from Brockett and called him a friend until Brockett betrayed his longtime public promise to open a legal camp and is instead starting another multi-year cycle of consultants and millions of dollars for sweeps. Mike, like most formerly homeless, has health problems, so I'm reading some of his emails. Quote, Eugene City Council was really proud of what they had set up and created, much to the dismay of our city council. Those totally against any solution included Mayor Suzanne Jones and Bob Yates. When we went to each place with tiny homes, city staff would start making remarks on how we couldn't do that in Boulder. First, it was too cold compared with Oregon. I reminded everyone that this was replicated in Michigan, where it's a lot colder. Then they said it would never work in the wind we have. Our architect said we had mobile homes in Boulder that require strapping, and that could easily be adapted to tiny homes. They were thinking up excuses why it wouldn't work here from the moment they saw it. In 2016, the city also identified 4 properties we already own that are suitable for a homeless camp. Nothing was done, just another city fraud.
Thanks, Evan. So our virtual speaker, Christina Willis, is not present, so that brings open comment to a close. I'll turn to city staff for any follow-ups.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll, as always, say thank you for folks for sharing their opinions and their voices. And I think Mark and Brenda have left, but know that I will be following up with some of the concerns they have raised.
Thanks. Teresa?
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Councilors? Bob?
Just to correct the record, Mr. Ravitz indicated that I went to on the trip to Oregon. I did not attend that trip.
And just while we're speaking to that, if I may, Mike Homner is still my neighbor. I still talk to him on a regular basis. He's never spoken to me about being betrayed, but I'll check in with him the next time I talk to him. Yeah, Nicole, Matt, Rachel? Rachel first.
I feel like I'm always in the seat that isn't seen. Not sure how that works. It sounds like Mark Rushton left, but just wanted to point out that I have looked into that property myself, and that is owned by a national corporate drugstore chain that apparently buys properties and doesn't open stores there. So I don't know that the city can do much about that. And also wanted to point out to Mr. Ravitz that we are going to be discussing safe outdoor space of some variety in 2 weeks. We have to get to a vote of 5 to do it. So I'll keep pushing and we'll see if we get to 5.
I was just wondering, Maria, has anything changed on that hill with regard to bear kinds of issues and the fact that that's increasing? Is it just a busier bear season, or is there anything different that's going on?
So I'll say that it's funny that you asked me because I live, I guess, closer to East, what we could call East Boulder, and we had a bear recently and got ourselves a bear-resistant container. And what I heard when I reported it, because I want to do my bit for making sure our map is filled out, is that it has been an inordinately very busy bear season, and they are all over the city.
A berry bear season. No, yeah, we also had one in our neighborhood last week, which is also quite unusual.
Got Matt, then Jeannie.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to get clarification with regards to Michaela's testimony that we are not solely considering closing the airport. In fact, it is an option of that plus keeping it open or even enhancing it. So I just want to make sure Michaela understands that we have a suite of options at our fingertips, and your testimony was heard and will taken. So just want to make sure that we got a suite in front of us and we'll be making those decisions. And thank you.
Jeannie?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Rocket. That's exactly what I was going to talk about, is that to thank Michaela for her testimony. And my understanding is that, there was no decision to close the airport at this time. And that during that council meeting, that was not even what the city was advocating for as well. So, but thank you for this testimony. And it's great to hear about your flight license that you were talking about. So that's wonderful, wonderful. So thank you for sharing your story with us.
All right. Yes, Tara?
In regards to Brenda Lee, Nuria, is it true then that we are down, I believe we're down some code enforcement personnel in that area, or are we not down?
I believe we do have some vacancies, but one vacancy apparently. Isn't it fortuitous that VPD is there?
One.
Just one.
Great. Well, seeing no other hands raised, thanks everyone who came out to speak to us tonight. Appreciate your testimony. And let's move to the consent agenda, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our consent agenda is item 3 on the agenda tonight, and it consists of items 3A through 3I.
Any questions or comments on this, Tara? And then Bob?
I just wanted to make sure staff saw the very detailed comment from the community member in regards to, I believe it was 3H, and that they take into account the many changes that he would like to see or at least discuss. Okay, thanks.
Bob?
Yeah, just elaborate on what Tara just said. I guess I have a question. Is there anybody from planning staff here?
Oh, Carl Geiler.
Carl
to the
Geiler.
rescue.
All right. Hey, Carl. Hey, Carl, a question for you. So we all saw the letter from a former planning board member with a number of questions and concerns, and I think there's been some other correspondence about this. I'm trying to understand, is this just like where staff and these former planning board members disagree, or were there actually some errors in what staff presented that need to be corrected between first and second reading?
I don't know that there's errors. I think there might be some level of disagreement, but obviously every time we work with design professionals, they are designing projects every day, so that we treat them as experts. I've been meeting with SOFR architects on this and plan to meet with them tomorrow to discuss their letter. So it's common for us to talk through these issues. It's hard to forecast how every bit of the regulations will inform a development, but they certainly help us with that.
Okay, it seemed to me like they were more high level. There didn't seem to be project specific. They were more high level things, and at least in my read of the letter, it looked to me like there was some potentially mistakes or things that didn't really hang together. I guess I'm just struggling a little bit procedurally. I mean, we can obviously move this forward on first reading, but then if there's significant changes as a result of your conversations with various people in the community, we'll have to move this to third reading, which is perfectly fine. There's no rush on any of this stuff. Or we could just carry this over and not do first reading tonight and let you guys have a little bit more time to work it out. What's your preference?
We intended to bring this to second reading on September 21st. There's the planning board recommendations that we'll be providing an analysis on in the second reading memo. We'll actually be recommending that those planning board recommendations be incorporated. There's also some other feedback we've gotten from the community that we thought will probably make sense to be incorporated. So we're anticipating there probably will be a third reading on this.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks, Carl.
Carl, before you go, can you just introduce yourself for the record, please?
Carl Geiler, Senior Policy Advisor, Planning and Development Services.
Thanks so much. All right, and if people will permit me, item 3I is a resolution that we're voting to adopt this evening, and I would like to read it. So I think it's important for the community and timely, so if I may. Resolution 1339 is a resolution in support of LGBTQ+ people to obtain goods, services, facilities, privileges, advantages, or accommodations offered to the public without discrimination and setting forth related details. So the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado hereby finds and recites that whereas the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act prohibits businesses from refusing services or goods to individuals or groups of people based upon various characteristics or perceived characteristics, including sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. And whereas all Coloradans are entitled to the full and equal enjoyment of goods, services, facilities, privileges, advantages, or accommodations offered to the public, regardless of protected classification. And whereas the Human Rights Ordinance of the City of Boulder's Municipal Code states that the ordinance affords protection against discrimination in the area of public accommodations based on protected classes, including sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. And whereas a Colorado business, 303 Creative LLC, has explicitly sought to discriminate against LGBTQ+ individuals by proposing to deny business services for persons related to same-sex marriages based on the case 303 Creative versus Elenis. And whereas the decision handed down on June 30th, 2023 by the Supreme Court of the United States on the 303 Creative versus Elenis case is monumental, and that the court has granted some businesses to openly discriminate against members of the LGBTQ+ community by seriously weakening public accommodation laws, including those in Colorado. And whereas this decision not only runs counter to the intent of the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act, but also opens the door for businesses to deny services or goods to other persons based on protected characteristics such as race, ethnicity, religion, and marital status, and thereby weakens the intent of the act. And whereas Colorado businesses generally provide goods and business services to LGBTQ+ persons, as well as people from all backgrounds, and whereas Colorado LGBTQ+ individuals and advocacy groups have mobilized with the state's business community to ensure non-discriminatory business practices are upheld in the state of Colorado. Now, therefore, based on the findings made in this resolution above, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, that be it resolved that the City of Boulder concurs herein that this state's ethics of fairness and non-discrimination should be applied without exception to the LGBTQ+ community and all other members of classes protected by Boulder or Colorado law. And this resolution shall take effect upon its adoption by the City Council tonight. Thank you for listening to that with me, and thank you to Out Boulder County for bringing this resolution forward. Any other notes before we have a vote? Seeing none, I would invite a motion.
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have a roll call vote, please, Alicia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll start the roll call vote for the consent agenda items A through I with Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Walling.
Yes.
Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes, and a resounding yes on item 3I, which is the resolution that Aaron just read.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes, with also special attention to 3I. Thank you.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
And Friend.
Yes.
The consent agenda items A through I are hereby approved unanimously.
All right, thanks so much. If we can go to our call-up check-in, please.
Yes, sir. Call-up check-ins are item 4 on tonight's agenda. 4A is the call-up consideration of a site and use review to redevelop the property at 1345 28th Street with three 4-story buildings containing 303 student housing residential apartments. This is reviewed under case number LUR 2022-00021.
Any interest in calling this up or questions on this matter? Mark? You just turned off.
Yeah, for me, this was a pretty close call, but I'm going to defer to planning board on this and not call it up.
Seeing no other interest in this one, looks like we're not calling this item up. So if we can move to our public hearing, except we need a little bit of instruction on interpretation. So if we could hear from that first before we officially start the item. Ryan, can you speak to this, please?
Absolutely, thank you. Again, Ryan Hanchin, Community Engagement Manager. I will describe joining interpretation in English and turn to one of our terrific interpreters here tonight to describe in Spanish as well. We also have Spanish-speaking staff and partners in the room to help connect folks. I will go ahead and pull up this quick diagram here so folks know if you are joining by Zoom, there is an icon that looks like a globe in your Zoom menu, and there you can select participating in English or in Spanish. And let me pause there, and Tanya, if you'd be able to share that brief description in Spanish, then we can make sure folks are hearing instructions. Tanya, I think if you're able to speak in Spanish into the English channel, then everyone will be able to hear that. Yes, thank you.
Technical difficulties.
It looks like Letitia, you're in the Spanish channel, but Tonya, you're in the English channel, and you're unmuted.
Yes, please finish up the instructions in Spanish in the English channel so we can make sure to catch everyone, and then we'll transition to the channels.
If I had the Spanish text, I'd read it, but I don't think I can improv that. So what I'd say is maybe if I could get an email or a text with the Spanish instructions, I'll read them, but maybe we can proceed for now and I'll come back to them as soon as we have those ready, or maybe you could just do it right now. I don't want to leave anybody behind, so I don't know if anybody can send those to me quickly.
Mayor, I will go ahead and add those in chat in Spanish as well. So we're ready to move forward. Thank you.
All right, is that all right with folks? Okay. So Elish, if we can start the public hearing, please.
Thank you, sir. Our public hearings are item number 5 on tonight's agenda. 5A is the consideration of a motion to accept the Reimagining Policing Plan.
Mary, I'll turn to you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So even before I got here, the city had been on a trajectory to reimagine policing, and I'll say I'm really excited for staff to present this reimagining plan. It is not quite a master plan in the traditional sense of the word. This plan is really a visionary document, a blueprint or a roadmap of what policing should look like in Boulder in the future. And I'm excited to ask the chief and the rest of the team to share the result of many, many conversations in community as this plan was being created. Chief?
Well, good evening, Mayor Brockett. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Wallach and members of council. I am so excited to be here tonight. I want to begin by telling you a personal story about why this reimagined plan is vitally important to this community and the police department, and why, after 32 years in policing, that I believe strongly that policing is too important to fail. Next slide, please. The image on the left is me and my mother. Now, Deputy Chief Redfern over here recommended that I point myself out because he feared that you would not recognize me, since, as I look, in his words, a little bit too nice and a little bit too sweet. Now, I don't know what he meant by that, but we'll continue. For those of you who don't know, my mother was a civil rights activist. She walked alongside some of the greats in the civil rights movement, both in California and in the South. Later in life, my mother became an animal rights activist, and she was one of the first to link animal welfare with climate change and the environment. But my mother grew up in crippling poverty in Appalachia. As a child, she had no plumbing or running water. Her childhood experiences with police were negative. Her community saw the police as oppressors and not peacekeepers. But my mother desperately wanted me to become a pilot. Like any good daughter, I became a pilot. I didn't want to tell my mother that I wanted something different, that I wanted more purpose. But at the same time, I applied to the FBI in the Cincinnati Police Department. But I was on my way to the Calm Air Flight School and Academy in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, when I got the call from Cincinnati Police Department. And they said, you have a week to decide if you want to join our police academy. So I had to break the news to my mother that I was not going to join the flight academy in Fort Lauderdale, but I was going to join the police academy. Now, I thought my mother would be devastated by this news, but when we sat down together and I told her, she remained calm. Then my mother told me two things that I have never forgotten in my life, and I never will. First, she said, Maris, please promise me that you will never lose your compassion for the people that you will serve, because most of the people that you serve will be disenfranchised and suffering from crippling poverty. I believe I've kept that promise, and it has guided me in my philosophy and my actions throughout my career. Then she said one more thing to me. You can fight injustice and systems on the inside or the outside. You probably will have greater impact on the inside, but your road will be exceptionally hard. So why did I choose then and now to fight from the inside? It has been an extremely difficult journey, so my mother was right. But throughout my policing career, I have learned that our democracy is heavily dependent upon its police to maintain a degree of order that makes a free society possible. It looks to the police to prevent people from preying on one another, to facilitate movement, to resolve conflicts, and to protect basic rights, such as free elections, freedom of assembly, and free speech. Next slide. So how can we support our democratic values and ensure that all community members are treated compassionately? Policing must focus on these outcomes. This has become the Boulder Police Department's mantra. We have to ask ourselves before adopting any new training, any new policy changes, any interventions, any strategies, these four questions. Is what we're about to implement, is it effective? Will it work to prevent crime? Is it ethical? Will we be transparent? And are we willing to ask ourselves, are we defending the sanctity of human life on every critical decision that we make? Is it equitable? Are we having a disproportionate impact on our most vulnerable within our community? And is it efficient? Are we good stewards of the city's resources? I believe this Reimagine plan is emblematic of good governance. And this is why I hope you support this plan tonight. I have a few thank yous if you stand with me for a little bit here. I first want to thank the community who has been with me for 3.5 years through some of the most challenging times that I've ever faced in policing. I also want to say thank you to the men and women of the Boulder Police Department and my command staff and my management team behind me who have done nothing but support me and all of the new ideas that I'm throwing at them constantly. I want to thank Wendy Schwartz, who is the Human Services Policy Manager, for her dedication throughout this process. Deputy Chief Redfern, Deputy Chief Gossage, Pam Davis, Assistant City Manager, Sarah Huntley, Director of Communication and Engagement, Dr. Daniel Reinhardt, Senior Data Analyst, Amy Kane, Equity Manager, Taylor Reinman, at the time City Council Administrator, Mark Wolf, Budget Senior Manager, Gina Caluzzi, our Senior Manager for the Police Department, Jen Siplett, Communications Senior Management, and Manuela C. Fuentes. Thank you. I also want to thank Chris Ranglos from the planning team who helped in the beginning, and also the process subcommittee. Councilmember Yates, thank you. Councilmember Joseph, thank you. Councilmember Friend, thank you. Councilmember Weiner, thank you. I know it's been a long road, but thank you very much. Marina Lagrave from the community and Mallory Cates from the community. I couldn't do this without everybody's support, and I am going to turn it over to Wendy, and thank you for listening to my story.
Thanks so much, Chief. Appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Wendy Schwartz, Housing and Human Services, but for the last couple of years I've had this other little project called Reimagine Policing. In the interest of, oops, I forgot to advance my slide. In the interest of time tonight, I won't read through everything on our agenda, but what we will be doing is talking about the process we took to get to this plan, highlighting some of the engagement, and then going over some key components of the plan. You'll note this presentation is bilingual. That's part of our effort throughout the project to make the material as accessible to as many people as possible. So you're going to see we have more words on the slides, and I think as Ryan reminded us earlier, we're all supposed to be speaking more slowly for the interpreters. That's hard for some of us. We have our suggested motion tonight, which we'll repeat at the end of the presentation. We did have a process subcommittee, the Reimagine Policing Process Subcommittee for this project, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later when we're highlighting this. But the motion for tonight is, or the suggested motion rather, is to accept the Reimagine Policing Plan and disband the Reimagine Policing Process Subcommittee. So for an overview of the Reimagine Policing process, Council and the community may remember from our previous presentations that we had 4 major engagement windows on this project, and we used and those ran from about summer 2021 to early 2023. We used the time between those major engagement windows to analyze the feedback we got and turn it into more specific documents for the community to react to, more specific plans, with the final window, which was managed by our consultant, National Policing Institute, covering our draft Reimagine Policing Plan, which was released late last summer. And that was also the topic of the last council study session on this item.
Can you swing your mic a little closer to you, please?
Okay. Is this better?
That's better.
Okay.
Thanks.
So do you need me to repeat anything, Aaron? Okay. So we use that feedback to do the revisions to get to the updated plan that you have before you tonight. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to further discuss the engagement process.
Is the mic okay? Okay. Good evening, Council. I'm Sarah Huntley, Director of Communication and Engagement, and tonight I'm honored to talk a little bit about the engagement approach that we've taken over those 4 windows that Wendy talked about. Guided by a process subcommittee that included 2 community members, both of whom you'll hear from briefly later, as well as 2 sets of council members, we've spent nearly 2 years seeking to understand what our community wants from its police department. We were committed to hearing from the whole community because policing affects the whole community. But we were pretty sure that those who are most vocal in government would be able to leverage a lot of our existing techniques. So we decided to demonstrate equity in action. We used our limited resources to champion innovation and practice active listening, specifically with populations that have been disproportionately impacted by policing. We really wanted to lift their voices to create a new vision for policing in our community. The result has been one of the most inclusive engagement efforts to date in Boulder. I'm not going to stand here and tell you everything about it has been perfect, but we've learned a lot and we've made some progress in the right direction. This meant partnering in new ways, giving up some of our control, getting outside of our comfort zone, emphasizing bilingual communication, which, as we saw tonight, is sometimes challenging, and experimenting with ideas that did not always work as we hoped. The slideshow before you shows some of the innovative techniques we tried. The rectangle in the top left-hand corner is sort of our more typical approach. We had Be Heard Boulder options for people to participate in over the entire process. We also had town hall opportunities to talk about issues related to policing in this plan. But all of the rest of the boxes on this slide were innovations that we tried. I don't have time to highlight them all, but I'm going to highlight one of them to tell a story about some of the progress that we've made. The one I'm going to use tonight is the trauma-informed youth engagement. Here in Boulder, we're fortunate to have a frequent opportunity to partner with a nonprofit called Growing Up Boulder. This nonprofit helps us hear from young people when we're making important decisions. The Reimagined Policing Plan gave us a chance to talk with youth and hear their thoughts about a very challenging and sometimes emotional topic. When I approached Growing Up Boulder, the wise and white women at the organization were excited to work with us. But they recognized, as did I, that we would need additional help if the goal was to reach non-white young people, particularly those who may have had negative interactions with police themselves or may have had family members who have had negative interactions. So Growing Up Boulder challenged us to be courageous and even more deliberate in this effort. They introduced us to a Boulder resident named Maya Sol Dancy, who runs a company or firm or business called My Emotion Healing. Maya Sol is a clinical social worker who grew up in Boulder as the daughter of immigrant parents. Maya Sol brought to this process mental health training, her culture, her own lived experiences, and powerful, heartfelt practices to reach young people who might not otherwise participate in our processes at all. Through this, she sought to empower youth voices while minimizing the chance for additional trauma and harm. This plan was informed by candid reports prepared by Growing Up Boulder and My Emotion Healing as partners in each stage of this journey. We learned so much, both about the youth vision for policing and some of their skepticism about our ability to get there, as well as what inclusive engagement that recognizes and seeks to address trauma needs to look like. This learning could be helpful in lots of future contexts. Youth feedback shows up in various places in this plan, most notably in a commitment to co-create an ongoing engagement program. This work is just beginning. We've already created a work group with the Youth Opportunities Advisory Board and newly appointed youth ambassadors from Boulder PD. They're eager to work together. I expect their collaboration will include new ways for police and young people to build trusting relationships. Some of this can be achieved through fun activities, but the truth is it must also provide opportunities for honest conversations about issues that matter most to youth. Ideally, it will include opportunities for the officers and youth to solve problems together that are affecting young people in Boulder today. Next slide, please. This list is designed to showcase examples, just some examples, of our efforts to reach out to a diverse set of stakeholders through some of the techniques shown on the previous slide. I'm not going to read the list, but I think you can see that we tried to reach a large swath of community members with that particular equity focus. One of the fundamental pieces of work we did with community was to develop a set of values. And we created these draft community safety values in one of the early engagement windows, but sought to validate them and refine them throughout subsequent windows. These are values that resonate with a wide range of people, and they're so important because they shaped so much of the work that followed. I'd like to run through these values now. They all start with, can you go back to the previous slide? They all start with the "we feel safe in our community when" beginning. Next slide. We demonstrate that we are all free to enjoy public and private spaces without fear of harm. Laws are enforced equitably. Police respond professionally and respectfully when we need them, but we have alternative and creative resources to address problems not well suited to policing. We demonstrate we are a compassionate community that supports the basic needs and right to be free from crime for all community members. Criminal behavior is met with accountability measures that are fair and just within policing and other systems, with opportunities for individuals to be supported in underlying issues. Lastly, officers are part of the communities they serve, building relationships and understanding and addressing problems before having to step up enforcement and resort to force. We got a lot of feedback about a lot of things in this process, but a few themes or key questions really stood out. You can see them here on this slide. As you review the slide, I want to point out that the first three questions recognize that there is a need for change. Throughout this process, there was an acknowledgement by everybody involved of past harms in history that includes examples of oppression and racism. This plan seeks to address this truth. But I also want to be clear that our engagement showed there is a companion viewpoint. There is deep concern in this community about crime and issues related to safety. Much of the feedback we heard emphasized the importance of continuing to find solutions for these problems, and many community members see police as essential partners in this. They want to see the department appropriately resourced. It is rarely the case that engagement leads to clear consensus, and certainly this process did not. But the team that sought to integrate these perspectives resisted any urge to see these as contradictory ideas. The Reimagined Policing Plan you have before you tonight seeks to strike a new balance in recognition of the many important priorities in Boulder. I'm now going to invite another speaker, Dr. Robin Engel, to talk about engagement that occurred later in the process after the release of the draft plan.
Good evening. Thank you for having me to your beautiful community. I'm Robin Engel, and I'm the Senior Vice President at the National Policing Institute. And I find myself traveling all around the country, and around the world for that matter, working with communities of all shapes and sizes. And I have to say, I'm thrilled, absolutely thrilled, to be here in Boulder in such a beautiful community, both inside and out. So thank you so much for your hospitality that I've experienced over the last couple of days while I've been here during my time. Just a little bit about the National Policing Institute, for those of you who may not be familiar with our organization. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan, and non-membership organization that is dedicated solely and exclusively to science and innovation in public safety and policing. Our goal is to advance policing as a whole, but also to make our communities safer, vibrant places, and to make interactions between police and community safer. We were actually in 1970 was when we were founded, and that was straight out of the civil unrest from the 1960s. Given a grant, an endowment from the Ford Foundation with the sole purpose to improve policing. Here we are, decades later, often dealing with some of the same crises and issues that we were at that time. That's why I'm so pleased to be here today, because one of the things that I would like to note is that the Reimagine Policing Plan that's been put before your community is one of the most progressive and innovative plans that I've seen in all of my time in policing, which I hate to date myself here, but I'm approaching my 3rd decade of study and work directly in this field. So with that, I've been asked to spend, I think I was told, less than 5 minutes to give you an overview of an over 100-page report that was produced by the National Policing Institute. So thank you, Chief Harold, for that assignment. I'm no doubt I will make that. I will do my very best.
I think you're down to 2 minutes, 20 seconds now.
Very good. Well then I'll go really fast. Let me say that I actually inherited this project. I came to the National Policing Institute in September as the Senior Vice President last September, so I've been there now a full year. I'm trained as an academic, and when I came, the contract had already been in process and the work had begun. The research team that put this plan together included 4 of our team members, and then was evaluated by me after the fact, along with a series of outside consultants that we hired to look at our statistical techniques, our approach, our research methodologies. We used 2 distinct but complementary approaches, all of this to just get an assessment of our community here in Boulder. And what we found was first a survey that was designed to have a quantitative assessment of community perceptions, something that was a representative sample that we could generalize to the community as a whole. We used a stratified random sample and 140 respondents. We used statistical techniques to analyze that information, and we presented as part of the report those findings. We also used, though, a qualitative assessment. And I think this is really one of the key and most interesting pieces of this research, because oftentimes we don't really hear the voices around us, particularly in groups that have been historically marginalized or disadvantaged. And so we used a non-representative survey, a convenience sample, to reach those voices. And we also used targeted interviews and focus groups, again, with particularly identified individuals that we wanted to make sure that we understood their perspectives as well. The key findings from this research: most of our respondents actually had little involvement or knowledge of the previous steps that had been in place at the time for the planning of the Reimagine Boulder Policing Plan. The survey respondents believed that at least 5 of the 6 safety values from the draft plan were more successful than not successful already before the plan had even moved forward. So there was a lot of buy-in from your community at the onset, but still a number of unformed opinions. So anywhere from 30 to 50% of the respondents to this survey had not yet formed impressions of the Boulder Police Department across the 6 core values that they identified for this plan. This represents a great opportunity for additional engagement by the police department and by members of City Council and others in this community. The second approach, the qualitative data analysis, we used that convenience sample and we identified 6 core themes. Those core themes, I was so proud to see that those core themes that we identified through our research in these qualitative methods was then used as a theme throughout the updated plan. Those core themes included compassion and empathy, dignity and respect, rapport and relationships, care and concern, communication, and being trauma-informed. These findings showed that there was broad support for building stronger partnerships with community-based organizations to help prevent crime. It was also suggested that the Boulder Police Department could more fully utilize community expertise to deliver training and other components within the police department. And then finally, and I think this is probably one of the most important pieces, there was a recommendation from your residents of the importance to acknowledge the history of policing in training by the Boulder Police Department. Now, as I mentioned to you, I travel all the time. I'm always on the road. Last weekend, I had the opportunity to go to Montgomery, Alabama, and Selma, Alabama. The reason that I was there over the weekend was to have the kickoff for what we're calling the 54th Mile Policing Project. This project is a new training for police departments. It's been sponsored by the Department of Justice. There's been over a $1 million investment in this work, and it follows 3 African-American police executives as they walked the 54 miles between Selma and Montgomery as a re-step in the process of that historic moment when over the Pettus Bridge. For those of you who are familiar with our history, that was a pivotal moment, and one, unfortunately, that many Americans, the police included, have forgotten, along with a long, painful, tragic history of the role of the police in oppressing those in our community. We are committed to moving forward with teaching that history to our law enforcement executives and police officers, and I'm so proud and pleased that the Boulder Police Department executives feel the same. They recognize the value of that and are willing to move forward with our pilot test work. I'm also pleased to tell you that after I reviewed this new plan, recall that I'd only seen the initial draft plan. So I reviewed this plan just this week when I was traveling here. I found it to be comprehensive, holistic, bold, it's science-based, it's inclusive, it's progressive, it's innovative, and quite frankly, it is visionary. And the first thing I did after I read this on Monday was I sent a text message to the director of the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and I said, have you seen this plan? And then I contacted other officials at the Department of Justice, and I said, have you seen this plan? And now we are working to include this in what we call the Knowledge Lab. The Knowledge Lab is a BJA-funded, Bureau of Justice Assistance funded, $9 million investment to prop up the most positive examples that we have in policing, and this will be a part of that foundation as well. I encourage you to take a very close look at this. It's not perfect, no plan is, but I don't know of any other plan across the country that's as visionary as this one. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Robin. That's very powerful. Who are we turning to next?
Chief.
Oh, sorry, Chief. Kind of got swept up in that. So this map of Boulder is basically calls for service and crime. The only thing that I really want to point out on this slide is that it shows that crime is heavily concentrated in particular places. What I'd like to emphasize here is that crime trends tends to concentrate in highly susceptible areas in our city and places, and this allows crime to impact our most vulnerable populations. Next slide. Thanks. Really, when you're talking about changing a policing culture, what I'm really asking this police department to do is a radical departure from traditional police work. The conventional policing model has been in place for most of my career, the slide on the left. An officer receives a 911 call. He responds as quickly as possible. The officer either takes a report or makes an arrest, and if arrest is made, then the suspect is processed through the criminal justice system, where it is difficult to assess the likelihood of future harm both to the community, given recidivism rates in Colorado, and the offender. The problem-solving model, which is on the right, is data-driven, requires complex analysis, collaboration, evaluation, and partnerships. The first model that we talked about, that I spent most of my career in, is reactionary and relies heavily on traditional criminal justice mechanisms, while the second offers a preventative policing model. Next slide, please. This plan speaks to equity because it rejects the notion that crime, which is disproportionately impacts our most vulnerable communities, can only be prevented by traditional criminal justice responses, such as arrest. Once a crime occurs, we must stop those engaged in crime from committing further harm, and we do that by leveraging the justice responses. But what is predictable is preventable. Research shows that when crime is patterned and heavily concentrated, we can develop effective prevention strategies. We can reduce arrest and other justice responses only if we can find alternative ways to reduce crime. Our plan asks officers to engage in complex problem solving in partnership with the community to find unique and effective solutions. One of the primary responsibilities of local government is to ensure community safety. It's pretty good. This approach will allow us to achieve this goal while directly addressing equity in all of our city values. Next slide, please. As you know, I think we've talked about it before, the Boulder Police Department has taken a holistic approach to policing, and I'm a big geek. I study the United Kingdom, their holistic governance models, and they are way ahead of the United States. And I've realized that other city departments play such a key role in public safety and public safety outcomes. We have started this holistic approach with several major projects that we work together in partnership with other city department directors, including our work with SAMHSA, our chronic nuisance work, and most certainly our high utilizer working group as well. And I think at this point, I'm going to turn this back over to Deputy Chief Redfern.
Thanks, Chief. Good evening, Council and Mayor. Steve Redfern, Deputy Police Chief. I'm going to expound a little bit on some of the concepts the Chief brought up, and I just want to talk a little bit about how we are already implementing some of the things in this plan and then how we will move it forward. So, as you know, the backbone of this plan is problem solving and problem-oriented policing. We use a couple of models to help us in these efforts. The first one is called CHEERS, and it determines if a problem is suitable for us to focus a problem-solving project on. If so, then we use a traditional model you may have heard of called SARA. The SARA model involves scanning, analysis, response, and assessment. The CHEERS has 6 areas that must be met before we engage in our problem-solving endeavor. The first is community. The problem must be one that the community is experiencing. Second is harm. People or institutions must be experiencing some sort of harm, not necessarily criminal. Next is expectation. Some members of the community must expect the police to address those harms. The role of analysis will uncover the problem. Next is events. They must be able to describe the type of event that makes up the problem, followed by recurrence. The events must recur. They cannot be one-off single incidents. Recurrence is symptomatic of acute troubles or a chronic problem. Finally is similarity. The recurring events must have something in common. An example, no, this is the same slide. An example of a real-world problem-solving project is one that you've heard about before called the Table Mesa Park and Ride. We've discussed this with you on prior occasions, and as of this date, we continue to see few calls at this location each month and very few crime incidents. We utilize the SARA model as part of a problem-solving initiative through our stratified policing program to solve the issue. For example, we used the scanning phase. We identified, prioritized, and selected this problem using data and community input. We then moved to the analysis phase, which deeply analyzed the root cause of the problem on a wide level. We then determined our response. Our response phase determined and implemented the appropriate response using all stakeholders and community and city partners. Once we felt we made adequate progress on the project, we moved to the assessment phase, which is often the most ignored part of the SARA model. That assesses the impact of a particular response and trying something different if it's not working. We still analyze and assess, we still assess this project every month to ensure it doesn't come back up as a problem location. Next slide, please. So I want to talk briefly, switching gears just a little bit. As you read in Chapter 4 of the plan, we have broken down the steps our agency will take in the next 2 to 5 years into 3 focus areas. The first is department and officer readiness. This is broken into 3 areas. The first is adjusting staffing. Now, the Rule of 60, which was developed by the ICMA, or International City County Managers Association, recommends that approximately 60% of sworn personnel should be assigned to patrol. The average workload for patrol staffing should not exceed 60%. What does this mean? This means that 60% of our officers' time on patrol should be spent responding to calls for service, and 40% should be spent working with the community, working on problems identified by the community and proactive policing. As you can read in the plan, an independent researcher conducted a historical analysis of our calls for service, as well as the complexity of our calls for service, and determined that we are not at the staffing level we should be in order to accomplish the ICMA Rule of 60. The next topic is training. We train all officers on de-escalation and other best practices. This is well underway in our agency, and we have ongoing training in crisis intervention, ABLE, which is Active Bystandership for Law Enforcement, and ICAT, and others. This the deployment of our Joint Police Academy will continue to further these endeavors. The next is prioritizing staff well-being. The best of plans will not work if our staff are not healthy and coming to work fully engaged, both mentally and physically well. It has been a difficult time to be in policing, and thus we are focused on things like officer wellness, utilizing EAP, peer support, and other resources. For example, recently we've had several critical incidents that were highly impactful on our staff. We are offering innovative things like EMDR and other techniques to make sure that they are well. We hired a part-time family support coordinator that's doing fun and innovative things and events to engage our families of our officers and foster better cohesion throughout the department. We're focusing on physical health to encourage fitness and physical wellness and offering programs focused in these areas. And finally, we're investing in a personnel early intervention system. All of those things I just described will help with recruiting and retention. Next slide, please. Oh, perfect. Focus area 2 is enhanced community engagement and relationships. We will utilize place-based problem solving with equity focus, such as problem solving policing, stratified policing, all using data to focus our efforts properly and increase equity. We'll strengthen relationships with communities negatively impacted by policing, and this includes hiring more diverse candidates. We will include diverse community perspectives in key decisions that we make in the police department. Next slide. The third area is improved accountability and transparency. I mentioned we are engaging in an enhanced officer performance and early warning system, and we will have a community ranking for every interaction with new technology to allow for robust community feedback on police interaction. And we will continue sharing information in our dashboard and other accountability tools to be transparent. Next slide, please. So obviously we need to figure out how we will know if this is effective. In order to be responsive to the common themes we heard from the community during this process, we have several proposed indicators that will guide the department and the community in tracking progress. The first is effectiveness in improving public safety. It will involve a deeper analysis of crime associated with the problem-solving policing efforts in areas with focused interventions. We'll continue to contribute to and review the benchmark cities data to see improvements versus like-sized U.S. cities, and we'll continue to leverage the community-wide survey every 2 to 3 years to evaluate perceptions of crime and safety. The next area is appropriate use of resources. We will work with our partners to continue our holistic approach to determine the most appropriate response for public safety issues. With that, we will collect data and annually report the percentage of calls that resulted in the utilization of a co-responder and the percentage of calls that result in a care team being dispatched in lieu of officers. Next, we will continue our commitment to equity and reducing disparities. We will use a multitude of metrics, including publishing stop data, analyzing uses of force, continuing public information updates on major events, using technology platforms to get public feedback, tracking percentages of officers attending evidence-based training, and we will also increase the number of Spanish-speaking officers and continue our commitment to the 30 by 30 initiative to attract and hire more women to the police department. Finally, the ability to sustain meaningful engagement. We will report annually with the number of problem-solving projects completed with neighborhoods and communities with historically disproportionate policing impacts and stakeholder satisfaction with those processes. In addition, we will participate in ongoing partnership projects developed in collaboration with the Youth Opportunities Advisory Board, with collaborative projects as well as consultation with the Boulder Police Oversight Panel on training needs and policy updates. I hope this provided some insight into the plan and its implementation in our department. I will now turn it back over to the city manager.
Thank you. And under the umbrella of other duties as assigned, I've been asked to sort of jump in on funding at a high level, and I'm going to do my best impression of Mark Wolf, and so apologize to him in advance as we were going through this. But I'll say, similar to previous master plans, this one calls for more resources, which is what we see in most of our master plans. But the predominant one here really involves personnel. It's not surprising, as this new approach focuses on shifting culture and the very orientation of policing to create space for more proactive strategies and increase time spent with community. But the way this plan is structured also means that there could be other factors that impact funding in different ways. For example, as we lean into the holistic governance model, it could be that additional monies spent on behavioral health responses, such as the existing co-responder team and the launch of the new care team in the coming months, result in a diversion of calls that PD would ordinarily respond to. Similarly, as funding for more social services and housing addresses the issues of our unhoused community increases, we would hope to see a corresponding reduction in the calls for service PD receives in this regard. This will require an ongoing assessment and analysis of calls for service that we'll need to incorporate into the city's annual budget process. And just like other plans, we will need a thoughtful evaluation of phasing over a period of years. Importantly, the Rule of 60 benchmark is a critical aspect of this plan. At its core, this methodology espoused by ICMA itself as a best practice essentially focuses on workload analysis by way of calls for service. As illustrated in the report done by Dr. Payne, the shift to the Rule of 60 looks to require between 8 to 14 new officers. But the report also points to other factors that we need to consider as well. And in a year where the budgetary word of the day for 2024, I'm sure you can all say it with me, it's constraint, we take to heart the notion that BPD must focus on filling its vacancies, something it is working hard to do already. Currently approved at 191 sworn officers, we are at 174, and that is likely the initial focus of staffing for the coming year. That also allows us to see if additional strategies such as care have an impact on call reduction and how to phase in additional staffing requests as part of the future budgetary cycles as needed. It is for this reason that the funding aspects of the plan are a bit different than other plans, as a traditional tiered approach of fiscally constrained action and vision just don't quite work here. Staffing based on calls for service in the Rule of 60 model are impacted by other levers that could be pulled by other departments, and we'll need to continue to address future staffing by examining all those within this holistic governance model, including BPD. I think I share the chief's hope that acceptance of this plan and the shift to leverage additional partners that could over time reduce calls for service that BPD would need to respond to could reduce the workload analysis for BPD in the future, but it could also mean that the demand for calls in the future could also shift to address other possibilities like increase in crime trends or increase in drug-related calls for service, given the influx of fentanyl we're seeing now across the nation and in our city that may require us to actually increase staffing even more in the future. So while the plan includes an aspirational goal of 14 additional officers to hit a potential goal number of 205 per the more fulsome recommendation offered by Dr. Payne, we'll need to continue this analysis to see if additional levers in other areas could impact that number in different ways. Just like other master plans, many of you have seen, acceptance of this plan speaks to acceptance of its vision and goals. Strategies like additional resources for funding and programs are not set in stone, as those must go through the regular budget cycles and are subject to budgetary approval by me and certainly by you, as well as all personnel request. A final note on staffing, on funding as well.
There are different aspects of this plan that may require additional resources in the future, but the extent of those resources is as yet unknown as a plan leans into existing partnerships with internal services departments like HR, IT, and comms and engagement for some support. Leveraging potential outreach solutions and resources offered by HR's talent acquisition team, for example, could reduce the need for BPD to scale up increased funding for diverse recruitment in the future, or may require us as a city to add to HR's outreach buckets to ensure it can fully support diverse outreach in all areas of public safety, including police and fire. Similarly, leveraging the engagement enterprise of the comms team, expertise of the comms team, and amplify engagement and relationship strategies could address the increased engagement strategies that this plan calls for. Finally, I'll say that likely increased resources would be needed for a joint BPD-CU Academy. I'm particularly excited about this possibility. It will really enable us to train officers in ways that reflect our values better. But frankly, we need to get it through the hurdle of post-certification first before we think of earmarking resources for this endeavor. So we have not included this in the upcoming 2024 budget yet. It could be that it comes to council in the form of a future ATB or depending on timing or approval in the 2025 budget. But we'll certainly be coming back to council if we're able to move forward on this aspect of the plan as it is one of the most critical aspects and one of those in which we really lift our values and priorities as a city. All this to say is that we're committed to continuing to work with BPD to best determine its exact resource needs in the future, and we'll be having continued conversations with all of you through our budgetary cycle process as we see the needs and impact of this innovative problem-solving model. And I will send it back to Wendy.
Thanks, Nuria.
Sorry, Mark.
And Emily, I think you're ready. We have a short video, and then we're almost done, folks. So Emily's going to play it.
The last 3 years have been really hard.
George Floyd's arrest and death.
Junie, did you have something? No.
Bear with her first.
Emily, would it help? Oh, we've got some echoes here. Would it help if I had, I have a subcommittee member here, and I can introduce her, and she can do her 2 minutes for council while you're sorting that out? Does that work?
Yeah, it's just the volume situation, but yeah, that works.
Okay. So council, earlier we mentioned the process subcommittee, which obviously some of our council members have been on. And I want to say that our 2 community members that were mentioned, while our council members rotated halfway through, our 2 community members have hung in there with us for 2.5 years. That's Marina LaGrave and Mallory Cates. So we cannot thank them enough for their service. And Marina, would you like to come up to the podium? I know you were going to say a few words about your experience in the process.
Hola, hi. Good evening, Marina LaGrave. I'm here as a community member. I'm part of the committee. I was just thrilled when I was elected as part of this committee because I've been a victims advocate for Boulder PD for over 20 years. So I have seen, firsthand what happens with an old system. I just want to say that it was amazing to see 7 leaders that joined me in this committee to really make sure that we brought meaningful conversations and our community's concerns and voices to the space. So we make sure that we integrated those voices throughout the 2.5 years of work. It was also an amazing experience for me personally, seeing how these leaders connected with the Academy of Policing and so many officers, and it was really a deep dive to this conversation that resulted in a last meeting. I think it was on the 21st, 24th of last week, somehow. When the community members, I think 17 Latinx community members came to Boulder PD for dinner and being exposed to this master plan final draft for them to also, see the results of such hard work. 4 of them are here tonight with me. They were so engaged during this time that can you raise your hands? Levanten la mano, ¿sí? So they were engaged for 2.5 years, and they are here today to testify, and we know that this is not an easy task to have our Latinx community come forward and share their opinions. I personally want to say that I fully endorse and I'm excited about this plan because it really brings something that the Latinx or communities of color have suffered for ages, not to say decades, but that the conversations need to be had and compassion needs to be brought to the table before punishment is applied. So I am really excited about this master plan. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Well, Marita, we're very much in your debt. Thank you for that 2.5 years of service. It's
My pleasure.
Much
yes.
appreciated.
Thank you for all you do as well. Thanks.
And
Mayor
to the
Brackett.
community members who participated as well, muchas gracias por su gran trabajo.
Can I just say, as a subcommittee member, my thanks to Marina as well. You brought really helpful and no, you could sit down, please. I just wanted to gush over you for a second. You had just such useful perspective, and you thought just broadly about engagement in ways that we would have missed without you. So thank you for putting in all those hours. It meant a lot, and it helped, and it got us to a better place. Thanks.
Well, thank you, and I will say that it's an amazing city and county that I have the pleasure of being a member for 30 years. So my pleasure. Thank you.
How are we doing, Emily?
I think we got to figure it out.
All right.
Should I stay?
I think they're ready to go with the video, so I think you're good.
We're getting somewhere.
Thank you, Emily.
All right.
I've seen some really hard things in policing. But the last 3 years have been really hard nationally.
George Floyd's arrest and death in police custody.
In the state.
What started as a call for the end of the Denver Police Department.
And most certainly here in Boulder.
Tonight, investigators searching for answers after a mass shooting in Boulder.
It's been a very impactful time, different than any we've ever experienced in our careers.
And then turn that bottom one up. And this is a critical junction in policing.
The community's told us loud and clear we need to do things differently.
One way to start getting at some of these issues that we've seen in the last few years with policing, we can address by following a plan. The plan is called Reimagine Policing because that's exactly what we're doing in Boulder. We are going to engage in problem-oriented policing. We have chosen problem solving is our principal strategy to reduce crime and disorder across the city. And we do that holistically by working with other city departments, other city directors, social service agencies, and even at times private sector corporations that can help also.
Problem-oriented policing identifies the problem through an assessment process and allows us to reduce the number of 911 calls that organization should receive. And it also allows us to prevent problems before there are victims. It's really a proactive model of policing. It makes an enormous difference.
Problem-oriented policing is on research and evidence. We know it works. Once the police department identifies patterns in calls for service, patterns of crimes, then
There was an intermediate volume that seemed to work.
Yeah, we're just trying to make sure that they hear it on Zoom too. Is the issue.
So is there an option? We had some success playing it here in Chambers earlier this afternoon, and I know that causes challenges on Zoom. Is there an option, if this isn't working, for us to play it in Chambers and then post the link?
Once the police department identifies patterns in calls for service, patterns in crimes, then you put teams around that problem and you partner and you collaborate to solve the problem.
The Reimagining Policing plan, I do like how it's being thought of as connected to the whole city and not just something the department's doing in isolation, and bringing in the city, bringing in housing and human services.
I think that's good.
That works.
Volume works. Can you go back? The volume. Yeah. Thank you. Is that good?
All the beginning? Or what?
That's fine. Okay.
Allows us to prevent problems before there are victims. It's really a proactive model of policing. It makes an enormous difference.
Problem-oriented policing is based on research and evidence. We know it works. Once the police department identifies patterns in calls for service, patterns in crimes, then you put teams around that problem and you partner and you collaborate to solve the problem.
The Reimagining Policing plan, I do like how it's being thought of as connected to the whole city and not just something the department's doing in isolation, and bringing in the city, bringing in housing and human services, forcing people to collaborate. That's what I would give props for, just things moving in the right direction.
We have a new recruiting plan that we've implemented. We're talking to underrepresented populations. We're going to be going out to historically black colleges, areas that we haven't historically looked at in the past. And what we're finding is people that are coming in that want to be part of the change.
I wanted to become a police officer just so that I could do better for my community.
We have a focus on problem solving that we start from day one in the academy.
I want to be a new face of policing and let my generation know and my people know that they have someone behind there.
17th and Iris, intoxicated person in the roadway.
Some people suffering from mental health crises honestly sometimes just need an ear to talk to.
We have to ensure good safety.
It doesn't really help people to just throw them in jail and hope that their problems are going to go away.
Although there's criminal behavior, the main problem was her intoxication level was causing her an issue, and ultimately got her the medical help that she needed.
I have had the opportunity to see how so many of our resources here can help us solve a problem so much easier compared to just enforcing a law and cracking down the hammer.
Imagine a world where people think of serve and protect.
Boulder Police Department!
But serve, protect, and respect.
Hey, sir, I need you to get out of the car. Your car's on fire.
And it starts with the Reimagining Police. It starts with community engagement and a community understanding that, you know what, at the end of the day, we all have a stake about the wellness of this community.
I think this plan of reimagining policing is necessary. It's a crucial piece that police department really play, and they have a big role, but so do everybody else. We need a collaborative approach, and I think that this is what the plan really highlights.
Brings people together that can address some of the root problems, and it allows the community to be a part of the solution and not just the police responding, reacting, and telling people what they should do.
The level of community engagement in this Reimagining Policing plan is amazing. We've met with every segment of the community. I think it's completely a game changer.
I'm very optimistic about the plan. I love change, and I love things when people are able to say, you know what we have has gotten us this far, but it's not going to get us further.
I think it's about time. We know that things have not been working, right? And it can sometimes be really hard to think, what else do we do? Change is hard.
This type of policing is so important, just is critical. My expectations for policing is that I want them to be the ambassadors for this community.
Our goal is, and I see it every day, hey, an officer walks in somewhere and people say that officer's here to help.
It will be successful, yeah.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for working out the kinks there. So the uh-oh, we still have the echo. Okay. Nothing to see here, folks. So I will also, we had Marina come and speak earlier while we were working out our technical difficulties. Our other subcommittee community member, Mallory Cates, was not able to be here tonight, but she did send a written statement that she asked me to read. So I'll read that for her now. My name is Mallory Cates. I've been a resident of Boulder for over 25 years and have lived at the Peloton condominium complex since 2015. I now serve as the president of its Homeowners Association board, a board that represents nearly 400 homes, 7 on-site businesses, and a population of approximately 650 residents. My involvement with our police department began with the Citizens Engagement Panel under Chief Greg Testa, and I continued on that panel after Chief Harold came on board. I've also been part of the Reimagine Policing Process Subcommittee since its inception. I believe that almost everyone on City Council, as well as my fellow panelists on this subcommittee, are well-intentioned and want what is best for Boulder. But my experience with this process committee has left me feeling worried about where our city is headed. I think we wasted money, resources, and time by dragging out an important step toward improving policing in Boulder. Just a few key participants working together with Chief Harold could have achieved the same result in a fraction of the time, and what's more important, could have sent a better message to all our communities and the women and men of our police force. What I hear every day is that people in my community are angry and afraid. They are afraid to walk or ride on the bike paths. They are nervous and disgusted by what they see downtown. And they are angry about the thefts in our locked underground garage, and they are really upset at what they perceive as a police department that is being poorly supported by the majority of our city council. Yes, policing in Boulder and in cities across this county can and must do better. Our current chief seems to have a clear-eyed view of what it would take to improve not only our police department, but also the safety and security of all residents, those who live in homes and those who do not. Boulder citizens would be best served by a city council whose majority supported its police chief and really cared to know what a reimagined police department looked like. So that's the end of Mallory's statement. So with that, oh dear, I think we chose the wrong staff member to run the slideshow tonight as part of our ongoing. Emily, there we go. So we're back to our motion, our suggested motion that we showed at the beginning of the presentation. And then we will turn it over to council for the next steps in our public hearing, questions and discussion.
All right. Well, Wendy, thanks so much for the presentation, and Deputy Chief Redfern and Chief Harold and Robin and everyone who spoke tonight. Really appreciate all of that information on this very exciting reimagining plan. So our order actually now would be clarifying questions from council and then public testimony. So if we can get to questions, but just keeping in mind we have 35 people that are waiting to speak to us. If we can be succinct in our questions, that would be phenomenal. Do we have any? I got Mark and then Nicole.
Some of these are going to be information requests that we're not going to satisfy tonight, but I just want to ask the questions and perhaps we can develop the information. I saw that in looking at the distribution of calls for service, the only other Colorado city in the group of mid-sized cities is Fort Collins. Can we develop or get any information with respect to, say, Longmont and Colorado Springs?
Yes, we can, Councilmember Wallach. Yes, we can.
At your convenience. Second, the idea that 1% of the addresses in Boulder are the source of 1/3 of all calls for service and 10% are the source of 72% of calls for service is really quite shocking. Are there particular characteristics of these addresses?
Yeah, so Boulder's not unique. This is crime science principles that are the same in Denver as they are anywhere in the United States. But yes, what we see in the majority of these locations is either overwhelmed landlords, landlords that are absentee, management systems that fail to address the complexities of some of the people that they place into whether they be apartment complexes, businesses that have bad management practices, just an inability from management and ownership teams to block opportunities from crime and disorder to happen in the first place, then leaving the work to the police department to manage for them.
Thank you. And last question, take a concrete example. How would this program handle, say, current conditions on the mall, which are affecting a lot of businesses, and we're hearing a lot of calls for assistance from those businesses? How would this actually differ in terms of how we're dealing with that?
Yeah, so the issues on Pearl Street that we're seeing right now really have a lot to do with the unfortunate fentanyl and methamphetamine issues that we're being flooded with right now. And so, again, a holistic approach, working with other city departments, which we started this work on Pearl Street. But we are lacking police visibility on Pearl Street right now. I have gone from an 8-person Pearl Street team, mall team, to a 3-person mall team, which is a reflection of staffing. Most of the problems on Pearl Street can be addressed with high visibility patrols. But there's other things other city departments could do to help, and we're working through some of these issues right now with the city manager's office, the municipal court system, the prosecutors, Parks and Recs. So we would like to put a whole problem-solving team around these issues, but a lot of the stuff that we see on the business community is partnership and doing crime prevention assessments with the businesses. But literally, Mayor Pro Tem Wallach, we are understaffed on the Pearl Street Mall, and I really believe that as staffing increases, Deputy Chief Redfern has to get some more police officers down on Pearl Street. That's just the number one thing, because visibility stops a lot of this from happening in the first place. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, it is. Then my question is for the city manager. Is there any possibility of providing those resources this year, or is that going to have to be for the 2025 budget?
I will say that it depends, right? Again, in my word of the day constraint, it will depend on when we're able to move forward. If we are able to fill the current vacancies, which is the first, I would say, priority, and I know that PD is hoping to have between 8 and 12 and maybe all 17 filled by the end of the year, then we could be coming back to council with an ATB to discuss potentially additional resources if that is what it takes. But we've got some vacancies to fill right now, and I would say that that is what our initial focus is on.
Thank you. I hope that is the case.
Nicole Mangini.
Thank you. And I've got some questions for different people, so I think this first one may be for Sarah, actually. Thank you. So on the engagement summary document, and thank you for providing that and putting it all together like that, there were a bunch of groups that were listed as having been reached out to for engagement, and I was just wondering how many of those groups engaged in that.
Without looking at the list, I can't give you an exact count. I would say that we got some engagement from almost every group. Some was more, some had more participants, some had fewer participants. And one of the things that we realized is that depending on where folks are starting from, their ability to engage in this kind of conversation might be limited. So for example, for reaching out to people who have experienced homelessness or are currently unhoused, we were more successful at talking to folks who have recently transitioned to housing because some of their basic needs have been addressed, so they're able to have a conversation in this vein. And that was one of the things that we learned, is that we have to meet people's basic needs before they can engage in their civic life. So we were more successful, for example, reaching people who have transitioned. We did have a couple of, one opportunity in particular at the shelter as folks were checking in. So they were getting their basic needs met and also being able to give us feedback. And that was quite successful.
Okay, thank you. And then Nuri, I think these next couple may be for you. So, when we're looking at, for example, the additional staffing that's proposed in the plan, where are we at in terms of writing these strategic plans at a vision level versus not a vision level? Because I know, I think, Bob, you were the one who, Bob, hopefully you can hear me, was that, one of the initial ones who raised this when I first got on council, like, hey, is this really the right thing to do? And I think, we've generally been in agreement that maybe we want to move away from that. So I'm just wondering how this plan fits in with that approach.
I love the question, Council Member. It is something that we will be engaging FSC, the Financial Strategies Committee, as well. It is part of our year 3 of financial improvements that we have been on a journey on with staff, along with KPIs. We hope to, first of all, not call these master plans anymore. The term master has some historical connotations that we want to get away from. And think about more about holistic strategic plans as we move forward. And we are in that process of thinking about city-wide strategic plans that don't throw away previous. There are existing plans that exist. How do we braid them all together? So I think that is work that you're going to continue to see in 2024, along with some work that I know Mayor Pro Tem is, along with me, very active in seeing, which are KPIs, so that we can perhaps even next year talk about things we stopped doing so we can fund other things.
Great, thank you. And then my other question is just one of the sections in the plan ends with a note about how unusual it is for cities to fund housing and human services at the same level that we fund police, which was cool to hear. And I think, looking at staffing, the police department has almost 200 sworn officers, or at least open positions, and about 80 or 90 other positions. It's the highest staff department by far. Housing and Human Services has around 70 or so positions, and I don't think they're being paid 4 times what our police are being paid. If so, we should probably talk.
That would be awesome, I have to say.
Right?
Did we not hear constraint?
I know, exactly. So I was just wondering, given the amount each department spends is about the same, what accounts for those big differences in staffing?
Sure. So, Councilmember Spear, thank you for that question. Whereas the police department has a lot of individual staff members delivering services on the ground, Housing and Human Services has some staff members like that, but we're predominantly in the business of providing money to community organizations to provide human services, or there's our housing funds, which go into affordable housing. And so the difference is the needs of the 2 departments in terms of how do you get the help on the ground to the people.
Yep, thank you. And was it last year that we started switching to kind of take into account the money we were spending on building and development in our HHS budget too? So I feel like there was a massive, like a doubling that happened.
I do, and I think that shift did happen last year. I can confirm for you, but I believe so.
You've got to imitate Mark a little better there.
Right? I know, right?
I'm apologizing constantly to Mark and the universe out there.
Yeah.
That's my memory as well.
Right, yeah, yep, okay, cool. And then I just had a question for the chief, if you don't mind. I can get you to stand up. And it's just kind of around the process and, how this all unfolded. It took an awful long time. The scope kind of expanded a bit. And I'm just wondering, looking back now as, we're at the end of it tonight, is there anything that you would change about how this unfolded or where it has led us?
Oh, that's a great question, Councilmember Spear. Honestly, I wish it wouldn't have taken so much time. And I always wish that we have really good dialogue with everybody in our community. So things, you have to think that you got to remain at the table until we get everybody talking. And I'm willing to be the last person at the table. But those 2 things, I am so passionate about implementation of these ideas because I know it will safeguard against all of the tragedies that I've witnessed for 30 years in my career. This is the best shot that we know of right now. Science, partnerships, collaboration. This is our best shot to ensure that we do not see another George Floyd. And I'm pretty darn confident of that. I hope I answered your question, but
Yep.
that was a tough one.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Nicole. Junie?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I do have some comments for later. Now we're just asking for clarifying questions. Deputy Chief Redfern mentioned 20 by 30, hiring more women. And I wanted to ask him how many women are currently in the force at this time.
I'm going to defer that to one of my colleagues that has better data than I do on that.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ron Gossage, Deputy Chief with the Boulder Police Department. I have some demographics for you. Currently, sorry, I put on my old guy glasses. As discussed earlier, currently we have 174 officers. Of those 174, we have 140 males. We have 34 females. Right now, that's 19.5%, which is above the national average. We have work to do, but those are the females. We have 11 black officers. That equates to 6%. We have 22 Hispanic officers. That's 13%. 6 Asian officers. That's 3%, and 1 multiracial officer for 0.5%.
Thank you for that. I have my next question is a bit of a hybrid question. It encompasses both the funding piece that my city manager was talking about. It's sounding as if the funding will be needed for 14 more officers, and also it would cover outreach and so community solutions. But I feel like as part of the presentation, what I didn't hear as much, because I heard all the great ways that we're making the community better, engaging, and also ensuring that officers are properly trained or better trained through academies. But I didn't hear as much about the mental health support piece. And again, we hear how important is mental health in community, especially for police officers that are working on the front line. And I wanted to know, is that also reflected as part of the budgetary funding that you were looking at for allocation?
It's a great question, Councilmember Joseph, and something as the police command staff that we're trying to address every single day. I can say that we do currently have some funding in our current budget, as well as a 2024 budget, to specifically deal with wellness for our support and commissioned officers. It is something that we will continue to ask for funding for, so we can ensure that our officers are providing the best service, coming to work mentally and physically well.
Thank you for that. That's it for now. Thank you. I have comments for later.
Great. Well, seeing no other questions, then we can go to the public hearing. We've got 35 people signed up. That's 26 in person and 9 remote. You'll each have 2 minutes to speak. If you can start queuing up as your name is called, that would be wonderful. And you are entitled to your 2 minutes, but if other people have said something similar to what you're going to say, you can always cut a little shorter if you would like, just saying. Our first 3 speakers are Laura Hager, Myra Martinez, and Ana Sofia. Laura, you can get us started. Do we have Laura Hager with us? No? Si es Laura Hager, es su turno. Laura.
Hola, buenas noches. Good evening. Habla una oración.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mayra Martinez.
No, en español lo puedes
¿En
hacer,
español?
pero,
Okay.
pero puedes hacer más que frase por frase. Puedes
Ok.
hablar más.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es perdón. Sí, buenas noches. Soy Mayra Martínez y primero muchas gracias. Es la primera vez que estoy frente a un council. Es como asustada, pero no asustada.
So my name is
Mayra Martinez.
Mayra Martinez, and I am delighted to be here. This is my first time talking to City Council, so I'm a little bit nervous, but excited as well.
Solo quería decir que yo tuve la oportunidad de ver el draft que ellos pusieron y se me hace una idea muy buena. Creo que nuestra comunidad o las minorías necesitan recuperar la confianza en la policía que están al servicio de la comunidad.
I had the honor of being presented the final draft of the master plan, and I think it's spot on, and it really will bring back the confidence that the community is lacking towards the police department and law enforcement. ¿Sí?
Okay, sí.
Sí. Okay.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mayra. Lo siento para lo confuso. Okay, bueno, and next we have Ana Sofia.
So Ana Sofia didn't come, she's absent.
Okay. Carlos Valdés.
Carlos Valdés.
Sí, veo Carlos.
Se pone aquí enfrente para que yo también pueda interpretarlo bien.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Carlos y estoy aquí en apoyo al plan de Reimaginando la Labor Policial.
Hi, my name is Carlos, and I'm here supporting the Reimagining Policing plan.
Creo que el plan que presenta la policía es bueno, que dará beneficios a todos los ciudadanos, en especial a aquellos que no confían en la policía.
I think this is a good plan that really will benefit all of the citizens, especially those who don't trust the police department.
Para esto tendríamos que realizar una labor de trabajo en conjunto, donde colaborarían la policía, el gobierno de la ciudad, líderes comunitarios y sus comunidades.
So in order to implement this plan, we most certainly have to work collaboratively, and where everybody is able to collaborate and work with the police, the government, and community leaders and the community at large.
Tengo conocimiento por pláticas con personas de la comunidad latina y de la comunidad afroamericana, su desconfianza con la policía, y eso es lo que tenemos que cambiar.
I have learned firsthand from people from the Latinx community and the African American community about the lack of trust that they have in the police department, and this is why we most definitely have to work in collaboration with the police department.
Por eso estamos hoy aquí, confiando en los cambios que se están proponiendo en este plan.
And this is why we're here and representing the community so that we can really look endorse the changes that we're trying to move forward.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Que tengan buena noche.
Good night.
Usted también. Muchas gracias, Carlos. Now we have Marta Sanchez, Ana Paula, and Susana Levy.
Okay, hello, how are you? My name is Marta Sanchez. We have the great benefit to listen to the whole plan. And I was very much impressed by, the whole concept behind the vision, especially because it was a process that was moving from reactive approach to proactive approach. It was very much into the connecting with the community and creating relationship of trust that I think it's so important, and integrate the whole community in many ways. The words trust, compassion, safety, and really caring about the community was what impacted me the most. And also the leadership was I was very much impacted by that because they truly mean it. You have a plan many times, but the people behind it, they don't truly mean it. So in my opinion, this team is going to make it happen. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Marta. I have Ana Paula, Susana Levy, and David Campbell.
Hi, I'm Ana Paula, and thank you both, everyone. It's also my first time here, so it's nice. I was able to see the plan 2 weeks ago, and I feel like it's a very powerful plan, and also it really envisions like all the values that the police has, and also like how are they willing to really make a change, and also taking into consideration the community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Now, Susanna Levy, David Campbell, and Russell Chandler. Do we have Susanna here? Not looking like it. So David Campbell, and then, yes.
Good evening. I'm David Campbell. I came to Boulder in 1994, earned a degree from CU in 98, and as an entrepreneur, I've created hundreds of jobs here in Boulder. My partner is a tenured professor at the university for 16 years. We are proud parents of 5 children in Boulder. The youngest is in elementary school, 2 high schoolers, and 2 college students. Over the past few years, we have been appalled at the state of affairs as it relates to law enforcement in Boulder. And our children don't feel safe riding the bus. They don't feel safe riding their bikes to school. And I call upon this city council to support Chief Harold and the rest of the fine folks at Boulder Police to allow them to do their job. Our children are our future, and we are not adequately investing in protecting their future right now. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Now, Russell Chandler, Terry Takata Smith, and Trish Emser.
Good evening. Friends on council. My name is Russell Chandler, live at 530 Hawthorne. CU class of 1985, homeowner since 88, resident since 94, small business owner, and a commercial tenant. I'm asking my friends on the council, please vote for the Reimagined Policing Plan. Policing in many communities does not work well because it is reactionary and not proactive. What BPD is proposing represents a paradigm shift in how we care for all members of our community, especially those not historically well represented. Traditional policing involves responding to repeated emergencies, usually coming from known trouble areas in town, and then failing to solve the crimes due to lack of resources. Very often the crime could have been prevented in the first place based upon the data available. This progressive plan will follow the example set in New Zealand and other forward-thinking governments around the world by leveraging our police force as active community members, preventing crimes instead of waiting for them to occur. Our chief has taken a bold step forward that many others in her role would shy away from. She deserves a unanimous vote of council approving and funding this plan. Lastly, I would just like to see us do a little bit more to get more than 10 police officers out of the 171 actually being able to live in the community and be with us in this community. And that's a big housing issue that we all know about. Thank you.
Thanks, Russ. Terry Takata Smith, Trish Emser, and Michael Broder.
Good evening. I'm Terry Takata Smith, the Interim Director of the Downtown Boulder Partnership. Tonight, I'm representing the 17 members of the Downtown Boulder Partnership Board of Directors who provide oversight of our 501c6 organization focusing on membership and advocacy. I'm here to convey our board's endorsement of the Reimagined Policing Plan, signifying our support of the Boulder Police Department and every individual officer who tirelessly serves our community. This plan outlines innovative strategies to provide enhanced safety of our shared public spaces and offers Chief Harold and her team the opportunity to streamline internal processes, fostering greater efficiency. Solving today's complex societal issues requires a collaborative mindset, shared responsibility among a variety of stakeholders, and cross-disciplinary efforts, just as the plan suggests. The plan ensures the continuation of vital resources such as the homeless outreach team and dedicated officers assigned to the downtown district. These resources are essential to our business community and must not only persist, but unequivocally be expanded to create safe and welcoming public spaces. The plan is well informed by community insights and comprehensive data analysis. Objectives are transparent and action-oriented, and the evaluation framework is robust. Our community's challenges are multifaceted and not isolated to Boulder. Place management organizations, chambers, tourism offices, service providers, as well as law enforcement and city officials nationwide are all contending with issues related to unsheltered individuals, drug abuse, crime, and the acute shortage of mental health resources. The Reimagined Policing Plan offers a roadmap, potential solutions, and most crucially, much needed support for our officers. The Downtown Boulder Partnership Board of Directors respectfully urges Council to demonstrate your commitment to prioritizing public safety and supporting our officers. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Trish Emser, Michael Broder, and Terry Bernchich.
Good evening. We all know that crime, mental health, and drug addiction in Boulder is impacting all of us. I looked for some data to compare Boulder with other cities. The most recent I could find is according to the FBI Uniform Crime Reporting data in 2021 as reported in 2022. I found it interesting that 1 in 27 people in Boulder were crime victims in 2021. Boulder crime rates are 63% higher than the national average. At that time, crime was rising year over year by almost 20%. I continue to be both personally shocked and fearful for my family trying to recreate in Boulder. There's a lot of extreme aggressions and few consequences in our Boulder public spaces. City Council, I really hope that you will trust the citizens, the city staff, and the experts who brought forth the Reimagined Policing Plan. Please support and fund our police. Keep our friends and family safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Now Michael Broder, Terry Bernchich, and Michael Whelan.
Hi, I'm Michael Broder. I feel very safe here with a dozen Boulder police behind me. I think it's safe to say that one's personal property and safety, along with a wholesale disregard for laws, has increased in the past several years. This should not be an acceptable option. Last week, a friend and I decided to look at the issue of crime and safety from the perspective of business owners on Pearl Street. Our sandals on the ground research and discussions with shopkeepers yielded several takeaways. 100% of owners have seen a marked increase in crime, especially in the last 3 years. Broken windows, grab-and-go theft, and burglary are common. Police interaction when a situation arises has been exceptional. Rapid response, many times within minutes, and always responsible and professional assistance. Our observation overall is that the owners are totally exasperated and do not know how to respond other than to rely on the police when an incident occurs. It doesn't appear to be a great long-term strategy and way for them to conduct or stay in business. We spotted a police officer walking the beat and engaged in a longer conversation concerning safety and crime. Several takeaways. The force is terribly understaffed. Example, his shift has 8 officers. If one calls in sick, they're down to 7. When a mental health incident occurs, they respond with 2 officers. Thus, 5 officers are there to cover the city, which also includes gun barrel. So the police department's mission is to partner with the community and provide service and safety. The officer said it's critical to have community and council support for the department to effectively provide safety and service. And tapping out, vote for the increase of headcount by a mere 7% or 15 recruits. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Now Terry Bernchich, Michael Whelan, and Lisa Spalding.
Hi there, it's Terry Bernchich. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to express my support for the Reimagining Policing Plan. Chief Harold is recognized as one of the most progressive police chiefs in the country and has consistently demonstrated through her actions over the past 3 years a thorough understanding of the issues and an intense motivation for excellence. Through her relentless focus on metrics and results, she has elevated the entire Boulder policing operation. The Reimagining Policing Plan supports evidence-based strategies that will effectively and ethically address crime in a proactive manner. The plan is supported by a diverse group of community members who provided input towards its development and addresses many of the concerns around police best practices and accountability that city leadership has been asking for. Our community has demanded policing reforms, and our police department has responded with this comprehensive, data-informed plan. Now we just need to let them execute and provide them with the support needed to do it in a way that will have the maximum chance of success. Please support this plan. Thanks.
Thanks, Terry. Now Michael Whelan, Lisa Spalding, and Calvin Draves.
Boulder belongs to a rare class of cities in
Can
America.
you get right in that mic? Maybe
Okay.
push that up. There you go.
Boulder belongs to a rare class of cities in America and offers near European walkability. This special class includes Santa Barbara, Burlington, Vermont, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, etc. There's been no talk of the national movement and flow of almost 400,000 homeless people. So if you actually look at the number and how we're interconnected, just finding homes and treating people is not enough. We need a way to deter and eject violent individuals that arrive from other cities, especially Republican cities that like to bust them to us. And I think that this is a really complex problem, and let's not ruin our city as Burlington, Vermont did by defunding their police. Instead, let's invest in police. So I support this plan. Thanks.
Thanks, Michael. Now Lisa Spalding, Calvin Draves, and Linda Quigley.
Lisa Spalding, representing the University Hill Neighborhood Association Executive Committee. The University Hill Neighborhood Association, or UNA, has had a very long and very close relationship with the Boulder Police Department, and we are proud to support Chief Harold's outstanding plan to advance effective and proactive policing in Boulder. As one of the major hotspots on the heat map of calls for crime, the Hill neighborhood encourages you to not only accept the Reimagining Policing Plan, but also to fully fund it. We founded UNA in 2000 after there were 2 large alcohol-fueled riots within the first 2 weeks of students returning for the autumn semester. It's hard to describe the fear and frustration permanent residents had during the 10 riots between 1997 and 2004. Things began to turn around when a young petite police sergeant named Kim Stewart was appointed to the head of the Hill team. She embarked on a remarkable campaign to establish personal relationships between her officers, the neighbors, and student representatives. We made many improvements to our physical and cultural environment with the help of the Hill team and learned how central the police can be to positive change in the community. Chief Harold and her team have carefully developed a plan that embodies Boulder's values and respects all members of the community. Although the Reimagining Policing Plan reports the people calling police gave them high scores for fighting crime, it also states that there's room for improvement in how police deal with neighborhood problems. I suspect that score was brought down by the Hill. But the acceptance and full funding of the Reimagining Policing Plan, which will give officers the opportunity to work proactively with the community members, should bring that score back up to the top of the chart. That aspect of the plan worked in 2000, and it will again. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Calvin Draves, Linda Quigley, and Valerie Love.
Hello, my name is Calvin Draves. I'm a senior at Boulder High School, and tonight I'm speaking to endorse the Reimagining Policing Plan. Having biked and walked through these areas around Boulder High School every day over the past few years, the situation seems to be getting worse. I've seen 2 separate instances where police were treating an overdose victim. My brother was evacuated from the sports field due to the propane explosion. My friend was approached by a man who tried to assault him and steal his bike, and another friend was harassed during photography class. And just yesterday, a man was arrested for dealing fentanyl within 1,000 feet of BHS after being arrested 2 weeks ago for a stabbing incident in the same area. In all these cases, the police responded as quickly as possible to reassure us that we were safe and protected. But the situation isn't going to improve unless we start thinking about the problem differently. Taking a proactive approach toward crime prevention will be a much needed step in the right direction, and I hope the City Council will approve this measure. Thank you.
Thanks, Calvin. Appreciate hearing from a local high school student. Thanks for coming out tonight. We have Linda Quigley, Valerie Love, and Charlene Hoffman.
The first time I came to speak to council, I naively asked when you'd begin to represent me. I'd like to address my thanks primarily to the council minority and perhaps the most progressive professional in the room, Chief Harris. She's presented an evidence-based method of policing for Boulder. But for the holistic governance portion of this to be a success, those other government partners, the so-called progressive 6-3 majority on council, cannot continue enabling the problem as you have. The community wants to see the laws apply equally to everyone, not endless excuses for people who break our camping, bike and car theft, vandalism, illicit drug use, and shoplifting laws. Who wants to be hurt or die at the hands of someone who was just arrested by the police for stabbing someone or worse? I want to be able to use Pearl Street Mall, our bike paths, and many of the other special places I helped pay for in my 41 years in Boulder without being worried about being assaulted, injured by flying shrapnel from exploding propane tanks, fires, or worse. Personally, I don't need a lecture from Matt Benjamin on democracy when he votes to overturn the will of a 53% majority who did not want more housing density. No, for the progressives, you might have fooled us once with your campaigns. I've watched your meetings every Thursday night for years. I saw Nicole's recent victory salute after she voted against our 53% majority, who didn't want any increase in housing density. It's you who do not believe in representative democracy. Therefore, it's you who should be voted out.
Thanks, Linda. Just reminding folks that we ask you to refrain from audible expressions of support or disagreement. Feel free to do a jazz hands thing if you hear something that you like to hear. That's part of our rules of engagement. So next three, Valerie, we got you right here, and then Charlene Hoffman and George Karakian.
Hi, thanks for this, Valerie Love. Boulder stabbing suspect arrested. Again, your number one duty is to create a safe community. Violent crimes are up over the past 5 years. On a daily basis, our children fear for their lives living in Boulder because we do not have enough police on duty nor a proper judicial system to enforce the laws that are supposed to keep the community safe. Officers arrested the same man they arrested 2 weeks ago for stabbing someone outside the city's municipal building in the middle of the day. In addition to the stolen bike he was riding, he had a large amount of cash and more than 23 grams of fentanyl. He was released from jail without having to post cash bond and then arrested again. I called the police twice in the past 2 weeks to report over 20 people in encampments doing drugs right outside of Sforno's on Pearl Street, where my high school daughter works. She's consistently harassed by transients and feels so scared walking from her job to the car only 100 feet away that she always carries pepper spray. The dispatcher said they didn't have anyone to come because they're understaffed. I asked how many officers are on a typical shift to protect our city of over 100,000 taxpayers. Guess what she said? I'll fill you on a secret. Chipotle has more people on a given shift than our police department. We have eight officers on a shift for all 100,000 citizens. As Chief Harold said, simply having a police presence on Pearl Street and anywhere in a community deters criminal behavior. 24/7, 365, these wonderful men and women risk their lives for us. It's got to be scary being an officer. Starting pay is only $71,000. They have to approach people who are breaking the law, who look unstable and don't know if they have weapons. As mentioned earlier, our valuable public protectors are traumatized by this demanding work. They have physical and mental health issues and are exhausted because they're understaffed, and they do deserve our full support. They have to deal with the public bus station and library shutting down because of meth and fentanyl. I support our police, and I really hope you guys do too. Thank you.
Thanks, Valerie. Now, Charlene Hoffman, George Karakian, and Paul Tweedley.
Good evening. Can you hear me? I'm Charlene Hoffman. I'm the CEO of Visit Boulder. I'm also on the board of the Boulder Restaurant Association. I've been a resident for 25 years, and we have 3 children, 2 of which attend schools in Boulder. It was a year ago in August, this past August, that I had removed the Boulder Creek Path from Boulder, Colorado USA website and from all of our marketing materials because of safety concerns. I didn't realize it at the time, but it's become a bit of a symbol for me on how we're doing in Boulder with all these problems that we're facing. And today's situation is much worse, and it's a hell of a lot more complicated than it was a year ago with all the drugs and the fentanyl and everything that's coming into town. And it still impacts our Boulder Creek, but it also impacts our restaurants, our retailers, our hospitality partners, our residents, our visitors, and another big prime crown jewel of ours, the Pearl Street Mall. I think we can all agree that we need big comprehensive strategies at this point for drug addiction, mental illness, housing, crime, and public safety. So a big thank you to our police chief and her team for bringing this plan forward. It's comprehensive. It has a vision for change and different approaches, and that is what we need. The only thing that I would like to advocate for is re-engagement with our Black community and the NAACP, because their voices are also needed to ensure the goals identified in this plan are met: equity, trust, and transparency. Bottom line, we need our police. I support our police, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene. Now we have George Karakian, Paul Tweedley, and Peter Mayer.
Council, this is the first time that I have been back to these chambers since I left 7 years ago. I felt compelled. I completely support this. It's too, we're not doing enough. If you only knew how bad it is on Pearl Street, you would be depressed. You have the ability to change that. How can we have 3 officers and we're getting people assaulted daily, employees? I mean, think about that. Maybe 50% of what actually happens gets reported. And yet, this is what we have to live with. I must tell you, when I was on council, I heard the same thing about the police department being understaffed. That was 13 years or longer ago. We need to do something. We have the most expensive housing in the Front Range. Why don't we pay our police higher than anyone? Perhaps that might stimulate a few more. I must tell you, I see us going downhill quickly. And you all need to understand how desperate we are downtown. My employees, I had one that was assaulted. My female employees are not comfortable walking out the door at night without them being more than one. This is your community. This is our community, and it's not safe. We need to do something. Not worry about the money, find it. We are a wealthy community, and we need to change things downtown before it really is too late.
Thank you, George. Okay. Now we have Paul Tweedley, Peter Mayer, and Hope Mickelson.
Good evening. My name is Paul Tweedley. I live in 4th Street. I've lived there for 20 years. I'd like to echo my support for Police Herald and her wonderful officers and the great job that they're doing in a very tough situation. I also echo that many people that have spoken here that safety is the #1 priority. the safety of our communities and the safety of our families. One thing I would like to add is I'd like to challenge the City Council to set the tone in our community. What do I mean by set the tone? It's a sports term. For example, I used to play soccer out here at Pleasant View Fields. It's so much fun. I'm too old now. But I used to play a sweeper, which is a defensive role that I shared with the team captain, Vitas. And one time he said to me, Paul, do you want to take the first stint here? And I said, no, Vitas, you're the team captain and it's your job to set the team, set the tone for the team. So I'd like to challenge City Council. You are our team leaders. Please set the tone. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Now we have Peter Mayer, Hope Mickelson, and John Neslage.
Good evening. I'm Peter Mayer. I'm the co-chair of Plan Boulder County. Plan Boulder County offers strong support for the Reimagining Policing Plan. It's based on hundreds of hours of community engagement, real data, and new thinking. This visionary plan offers our city a thoughtful path forward to improve public safety and strengthen the relationship between us and the police officers who serve and protect us. The Reimagining Policing Plan proposes an innovative, proven core strategy called problem-solving policing, which is focused on reducing crimes from occurring rather than responding retroactively. Other important aspects of the plan include innovations in training and technology, neighborhood policing, and youth engagement programs, ways to increase police accountability and diversity, and significantly, the development and use of data to establish key metrics to guide the Boulder Police Department and work and to measure success. Plan Boulder views the Reimagining Policing Plan as a constructive way to improve policing in Boulder and as a new paradigm that offers the possibility of resolving many of our conflicts and problems around public safety, bringing the community together to reduce crime, create a welcoming public space, and improve conditions for all. Please fund this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Now, Hope Mickelson, John Neslage, and John Taylor.
My name is Hope Michelson. I'm a Boulder resident, and I'm here to ask you to support the Reimagined Policing Plan. This plan is a community collaboration initiated by Police Chief Maris Harold and an innovative approach to solving some of our town's persistent and escalating problems. This plan represents data-driven policy at its best and most effective. I know there have been calls to defund the Boulder Police, largely in response to incidents that have happened elsewhere. These calls have been made predominantly by activists not living in parts of Boulder with high and increasing incidents of both violent and nonviolent crimes. I've lived on the Hill and in downtown Boulder. I actually live right across from Together Homes right now. Both areas with serious problems, and I have observed firsthand the care and compassion with which Boulder police officers interact with our community. Despite the explosion of drug trafficking and the dangerous situations Boulder police encounter on a daily basis now, responses of our officers have been exemplary. In the same way that police officers need to react objectively and without prejudice when they are making decisions, please keep an open mind as you consider this promising, innovative approach. And I second Russell Chandler's request to find a way to help Boulder police have homes in Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope. Now, John Neslage, John Taylor, and Peter Waters.
Good evening. I came with some prepared remarks this evening, but I'd like to abandon them. I really want to first express and signal my support for Chief Harold and for the Boulder Police Department for the Reimagining Policing Plan. It's an outstanding plan. It's enlightened. We're very fortunate to have Chief Harold in our community. She signals transparency, accountability, training, de-escalation tactics. She's a very progressive chief. We're very blessed to have her. Being in the room together here tonight with you all reminded me of a shared experience we've all had. Not even 7 months ago when we were in this room in January, when we were discussing the police oversight panel. And there were members here who claimed that there were uniformed police in the chambers and that they were intimidated and that this was some sort of a violation and that there were complaints filed. This was meritless and an embarrassment. When we have a staffing shortage and we wonder why, you also look at your role in the POP and the appointment of Lisa Sweeney Moran, which was improper. Some of you even ignored the advice of your own hired special counsel. You chose to vote anyway. It didn't matter what he said. And now on the POP, you have a convicted felon. I'm confused. I'd like to know what the mechanism will be to remove her, how that's going to work, and who will take her place. Consider the message that you send when we have a shortage of police officers. We want to recruit new police officers. Why would they want to come when they're treated that way? Why? Thank you.
All right, folks, I'm going to remind you again, please no audible signals of support or disagreement. You can do your jazz hands if you want to. So thanks, John. And now up next, John Taylor, and then Peter Waters.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett, members of City Council. I stand here, I'm John Taylor, President and CEO of the Boulder Chamber, and I stand here in praise of the Reimagining Police Plan, not for unique reasons, but they're worth repeating. One, because we have a problem in Boulder. Two, because the strategy and approach is innovative. And third, because it's responsive. We have a problem in Boulder. We see the numbers that indicate the rising crime continuing to indicate that we have numerically a difficult challenge fighting crime in our community. But I can tell you about individual business leaders who are experiencing the crime on their own in terms of threats to their staff, in terms of difficulty at their places of business, in terms of the crime that occurs right in their very places of work. We need to address those challenges. It is a problem for our business community and is affecting the character of our community. This plan is innovative in its approach. We notice that it's using research, which is very characteristic of a city of Boulder and the kind of character of our university-led department. We know that we have an opportunity to address crime in a way that's different than what we would normally see in communities that don't take that kind of research-based, data-based approach. And it's a credit to the character of our police chief, Chief Maris Harold, and her, I would say, character of an individual who approaches policing in a different manner. And finally, it's responsive. It's responsive to a community that demands equity in its policing and that demands that we take a different collaborative approach to addressing crime that doesn't necessarily put police officers out in front, but uses all of the resources that we have at our disposal. And finally, it addresses that ultimate problem, which is the rising crime rate. So urge
John,
you
your time's
to
up.
support the Reimagine Policing Plan. Thank you.
But thank you so much. Peter, you're our last in-person testifier.
Good evening. First of all, thank you to our council members. I don't know why in the hell any of you guys would put yourself through this on a weekly basis, but I do appreciate your time that you guys put in. Secondly, a very heartfelt thank you to our police force back here, once again, in terms of what these guys put themselves through, and women. It's just incredible that they're volunteering to do this on a daily basis. My name is Peter Waters. I own 2 businesses downtown. I'm a resident downtown, so in addition to patronizing downtown businesses, I am operating and employing people, and I live here. I am in downtown Boulder 24/7. I see it at all hours. I walk by it on the way home. I have a perspective that I doubt many people in this room have. As a resident at 15th and Spruce, it is nonstop. When you hear a loud noise in Boulder, Colorado, your first concern should not be whether or not that was a firework or a firearm. And that's where we are today. It's sad, but it's the truth. And for me, on March 2021, I walked out of my house to find a gentleman trying to break into my neighboring building at 15th and Spruce. He revealed that he had a machete, and when I said I'm calling the cops, he said, "Go ahead, they're not going to do anything." Here I am standing without weapon in my front yard at 15th and Spruce with a 170-pound dog that this gentleman has decided he's going to take me on with a machete and a flashlight, much like the ones that our officers carry. 2 weapons to my none. I thought this was an isolated incident until 5 months later, I walked out of our restaurant at 1175 Walnut and encountered yet another man who, when asked to leave our premise, revealed that he had a knife, much like a machete. We're talking blades this big. Let's not become a tombstone government. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your time.
Thank you, Peter. All right, we're going to go to our virtual testifiers now. Our first 3 are Jill Oliver, David Middlebrooks, and Karen Suskind.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I just want to thank City Council for everything you do in the service you're giving our town. I know it's not easy, and I want to thank all of you for being here tonight. And I also want to publicly acknowledge Chief Harold because I don't think it's been said. I've lived in Boulder 38 years, and I live in South Boulder, and she really took us through and helped our community during our King Soopers mass shooting. And I can't thank her enough. She's helped our community, she's helped our police department, and I'm really proud of what she's done. I support the new policing program. I think it's thoughtful, informative, and it's a much needed in a town like ours where we like to have community input. I like that we have data that we can use because it squashes misinformation, and it also allows us to determine what works and what doesn't work. The data shows crime is up. We all know that. But this plan is a plan that I think will keep our community safer, which is our human right, and it's our human right for everyone to feel safe. I fully support this plan, but let's not do it halfway. I do believe when you build something, it'll come. So let's fully fund this plan. I don't know if you're voting on funding this tonight. It doesn't seem like it, but I think in order to have a safe community, we need to fund it. And so I'm asking City Council to approve her reimagining policing plan, and please fund it. And thank you to the Boulder Police Department for everything you do to keep us safe. And go see you beat Nebraska on Saturday. Thank you.
All right. Well, we all agree with that one, but I'd still ask you to avoid the audible things of support. Thanks for that, Jill. I understand David Middlebrooks is not in the meeting, so we have Karen Suskind and then Connie Brenton and Elaine Dannemiller.
Mayor, Karen Suskind has withdrawn.
All right, then Connie Brenton, you're up.
It's tough to be a retailer. Criminal behavior has increased extensively and across all fronts, from individuals defecating in front of our businesses, to smashing store windows, to stealing with impunity, to confronting and accosting store owners and workers, to using drugs in our public bathrooms, on our streets, in our library, in our parks, to violence between those on the streets. The problems are so bad and the response is so anemic that most actions go unreported. Business owners are scared or jaded, so no one says anything most of the time. To George's point, the stats that are presented are undercounted by a huge percentage. It's getting harder to hire and keep workers. With crime and violence on the rise, people are fed up, scared, and angry. Mall ambassadors are a good step forward, but they are no replacement for police presence. I've owned Art Mart on the Pearl Street Mall for 30 years. It's never been this bad. The police presence is nearly non-existent until we call for help. 100% of my staff have experienced verbal and in some cases physical violence in our store in the last 12 months. Couple recent examples. Someone came into the store a couple weeks ago, looked like they were putting merchandise into their pockets. I asked them to give it to me and to leave. He went berserk, screaming obscenities as I followed him out. When he left, I again asked him to return what he had stolen, and he dropped into my hand jewelry that he'd stolen from Art Mart and other stores along the mall into my hand. I called the police, shared the picture with downtown Boulder so other businesses could be alerted, and a week later, the exact same thing happened. Same guy, just a different business. The retailers and our employees have become responsible for policing our stores and the downtown mall. All my employers are either high school students or college students, and most of them are women. I've offered self-defense training to our employees because work on the Boulder Mall is dangerous. An increased police presence will help prevent the crime. We know by experience.
Ms. Brenton, I'm afraid your time is up. If you have further comments, please email them to us. We'd be delighted to hear them.
Will you read them, is the question.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
All right. Next up is Elaine Dannemiller. Is Elaine in the, is she with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're up.
Good. Thank you. Good evening, Council. Please support this reimagined policing plan, not just the plan, but the plan and any subsequent staffing and funding requests. We have one of the most progressive police departments and chiefs in the country. In my opinion, some of this council have been too slow to support them. We all advocate for equity and the equal application of the laws. Let's be sure those words are reflected in our actions. This community routinely makes excuses and special exceptions for repeat offenders, thieves, those who travel here to do meth and fentanyl in the parks, and flagrantly ignore our camping ban. The fact that the police just rearrested a man who stabbed someone in the middle of the park in the middle of the day, who was immediately released to steal bikes and sell fentanyl, is a failure that should not happen again. So, for the holistic governance piece of this plan to succeed, we need all other government partners and community members to stop the policies and practices that are enabling the problem. The charts in the Reimagined plan show that in Boulder, property and violent crimes are up, safety is down, and the police are overwhelmingly called to fix it. Do your part and support this plan and the requests for staffing and funding so the police can heavily patrol crime hotspots and engage more non-police resources where appropriate. So I want to thank Chief Harold, Deputy Chief Redfern, and the entire BPD. Chief Harold, you have been connecting with all community members from day one, and the community appreciates you. Thank you, Council.
Thanks, Elaine. Now I have Aidan Reed, Thomas Bender, and Ryan Harwood.
Good evening, Council. Is everyone able, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Council. My name is Aidan Reed, and thank you for hearing me this evening. I just wanted to note on page 30, it states under number 2, holistic governance, crime can be driven by indirect factors like lack of housing, food security, and transportation access. Since police have less influence in these areas, the whole city is called to relieve social burdens that can stop crime from ever happening. It helps identify non-enforcement solutions to our community's most pressing safety problems and emphasizes prevention rather than reactive measures. And I thought that was quite striking, and I hope that if indeed the council goes forward in approving this reimagining policing plan, it also takes steps to follow that, to make it easier for people to afford to live here, including raising the minimum wage, and making transitional housing more available and affordable housing, as well as middle income housing. And I hope you will take all of the plan's suggestions and proposals into consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Aidan. Now Thomas Bender, Ryan Harwood, and Christopher Norris.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. My name is Thomas Bender. I've been a Boulder County resident since '92. Lived in the city of Boulder since 2017. And I'm kind of like, what happened to our city? It is appalling. And I'm so hopeful that we actually have a plan now. Anyone who's lived through this and seen what's going on in the streets, it's frightening, right? The number one priority in the value statements I thought was fantastic. Thanks to everybody who's poured their heart and soul into this, especially Maris Garland and all the work that she's done and everyone to support this. We feel safe in our community when we are all free to enjoy public and private spaces without fear of harm. That's not Boulder today, and that is sad. And we have an opportunity and support to fix this and also set a path forward for the rest of America. We have a mental health crisis that needs to be solved. We have a drug addiction crisis that needs to be solved. And we have a homeless crisis that needs to be solved. And I think if we solve and focus on the drug addiction first, it's a huge problem. Then you can actually deal with the mental health. And then I think homelessness and unhoused will be a much simpler problem. Not easy, but much simpler. So I'm in full and 100 support of this approach. I hope the City Council will support this plan and we can carry this forward. Support our police, get the numbers up. We need to make Boulder safe again for our kids and for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. I understand Ryan Harwood is not present, so our last speaker will be Christopher Norris. Christopher, you can bring us home.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Hello, I operate 2 of the vendors carts downtown. I sell sunglasses and hats on the 1300 block of Pearl Street Mall. So I'm on the front lines of some pretty bad behavior from the unhoused. And the plan being proposed does indeed sound interesting and maybe even enlightened. But I worry that Boulder may be following in the enlightened footsteps of San Francisco, California, Portland, Oregon, whose communities appear to be falling apart altogether. So I have a short anecdote. This past Sunday was just a terrible day on the mall. There was a group of 15 homeless people. They were smoking meth openly. There were fistfights. There were screaming matches. There was a scary panhandler guy demanding money from passersby, or else he threatened he would get their kids addicted to crack. Another homeless guy took a burning torch from a street performer and tried to ignite a mouthful of his vodka in order to create a fire breather effect. You know, it's just a terrible day. I don't understand why. I want to say really quickly that I support the police and I understand that they need our support. But I also want to say I don't understand why that day the behavior did not apparently rise to the level of tickets being issued or arrests being made. Fast forward 2 days, the Boulder police made at least 6 arrests in the downtown area for drug dealing and drug use and possessing stolen bikes. And for the following 2 days up to today, the 1300 block has been very subdued. And my point is just that arresting people who commit crimes seems to, in fact, have a very positive effect on our community. And I hope that the arresting of bad actors does not end by way of this very interesting plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christopher. And thanks so much to everyone who came and spoke to us tonight. We really appreciate your input. So that brings us to the end of the public hearing portion, and so we can bring it back now to council for discussion. So who would like to get us started on discussion of the plan? I see Matt.
Not to necessarily start discussion, just to maybe have a little clarification from some stuff that some speakers brought up. So I was wondering if I could ask Chief Harold a question. A number of speakers brought up that recent arrest of an individual who had just previously been arrested regarding a stabbing, and I just wanted to get some of your input with regards to, are these city policies that are driving this PR bond situation and or an individual who commits a crime like a stabbing from going to jail and then coming right back out and getting rearrested? Because I think it's important for community to understand not only what's causing some of these problems, but also perhaps where, and more importantly, where to focus their advocacy and passion for solutions. And so I'm just wondering if you could add some clarity as to the ire at council in this dais versus maybe where those challenges really do persist.
Well, first and foremost, I don't disagree with anything this community has said. We have real problems in Boulder, and I think it's going to take all of us and all of our work to impact some of these larger structural issues that we have seen happen over the last several years. And listen, all of these interventions were really well intended, but unfortunately, the state did not put their money before they passed really unthoughtful legislation. And then we have people giving PR bonds. We have judges giving PR bonds on violent offenders that should not be out until their trial date. And so, you know, the state has passed some really harmful legislation without ensuring, like just the decriminalization of drugs, without spending money to have mandated treatment options for our local jurisdictions, our state. We're last in the state of Colorado with mental health services. We're not too far behind that with drug addiction services. These are large structural issues that will impact us locally. And so we all have to figure this out through very thoughtful mechanisms. Listen, when people do bad things, there has to be consequences to that. And I'm not saying, I'm not a lock 'em up, throw 'em in jail person. But before we pass unthoughtful legislation, we have to ensure that there's other mechanisms, there's other safety systems in place, or else these community members are harmed. And remember that most of the crime is perpetrated against the most vulnerable, and it is way underreported. So if we're compassionate about our unhoused, they're the ones being victimized. There's a strong offender-victim overlap in this city. And that's why we all have to work together. And we have to be thoughtful at the state and local before we make big policy changes that impact us all. I hope that's helpful. In addition, we're still dealing with the pandemic effects with trials. I think the DA said he has 80 people still awaiting trials from pre-pandemic. Our jail is full. The department where we send people that need care before trials, they're not staffed, they're half full. So the jail is full. And these issues are very complex, and it will take all of us to figure this out. I hope that's helpful.
It is, Chief, and so I thank you for that response, and I think that's helpful for community to understand that there's more than just the city. There's county and state partners, and some of those issues impact what we're able to do, and certainly impact what you and your team are able to accomplish. So it's that clarity is a helpful reminder for all of us. So thank you for that.
Welcome.
Okay, discussion? Tara?
Actually, I don't want to discuss anything. I just want to say how sorry I am to the small businesses. We have said that we would stand by you after the pandemic, and this is what happens. You can't, your employees aren't safe, the women don't feel safe, the business owners. Somebody called me today from a store on the 13th Street part of the mall. She said that every single day she gets shoplifted. Every day, all the business, shoplifting, and how much can a business take, a small business? It's not like they're making it's not between the rent and now the shoplifting and everything else is going on, staffing shortages. We have to wonder how long some of our businesses are going to stay in business. So I am very happy that so many businesses tonight spoke. I know I spoke to some of them and asked them to speak, and I appreciate that they did. And I just want to say to all the women who are employees, I feel so bad, and I'm going to do everything that I can to be a part of the solution. And that's what I have to say.
Is that your comment on the plan?
No.
Do you want to do that while you have the floor?
Sure. I love the plan. It's awesome. Thank you.
Succinct, I like it. Somebody else? I got Matt, then Mark.
Remember, we'll just jump at it all at once. Let me get my notes up here. So there have been major challenges in policing, and the chief will be the first to admit that nationally and even here in Boulder. BPD could have easily doubled down on the status quo and chalked these issues up to maybe a few bad apples. But instead, through Chief Harold's leadership, they've recognized the systematic inequities and limitations of traditional policing. And our chief chose to lean in to transformational change to truly protect and serve our community. This is an aspirational plan while also providing concrete actions to better serve our community. Congratulations to the chief, their team, and really the community members that helped shape this plan that has received national attention and accolades. Passing this plan is just the beginning. Now we have to turn these words into actions and, more importantly, results. I fully support this plan, and it's emblematic of the community it intends to serve that's empowered by our shared values of safety, equity, and compassion. Thank you.
Thanks. Mark, and Rachel.
Well, first I want to thank the merchants and the private citizens who've given up their evening to be entertained by us tonight. I want to say that I share my colleague Matt's frustration and the police chief's frustration with policies from other branches of government that have made our job that much more difficult. But at the end of the day, for better or worse, the buck stops here, and we need to do something. And that's why I support the Reimagine Policing Plan as a forward-looking and imaginative approach to bring our police tactics to the cutting edge of police enforcement. And I also want to express my support for the men and women of the police department who put their lives on the line to protect this community. And they do so every single day and deserve our support and respect. They have mine. And I support our police chief for her role in creating this plan and for the leadership of her department and her dedication to improving policing and life in this city. And I really look forward to that adjustment to base in early 2024 to provide our department with the resources they require to carry out their mission to protect each and every one of us. I am looking forward to that with great anticipation. So, thank you.
Rachel.
Thank you, Aaron. So a couple thank yous. I want to thank the Reimagining Subcommittee, everyone who's still here, and Wendy and for leading that. That was a lot to juggle, so thank you for doing a good job on that. And Tara for joining during my tenure. I want to thank the subcommittee and the community for patience with the second draft. I know that we got some pushback for that, but this plan, the inception of Reimagining was post George Floyd, and I was mentored by a council colleague who's no longer on council to do things in a way that stick. And I think that we could have slowed, or we could have sped this up by maybe 8 to 10 months, but we slowed down a bit to hire the national experts who were here tonight and gave us such good feedback, and to get feedback on our first draft so that we could implement council's feedback as well as communities, and then go out for a second round and make sure that we had knocked it out of the park. So we're hearing things tonight like this draft shows trust and compassion and safety, and I may be forgetting an email, but I don't recall any opposition to this plan, which is fairly remarkable. So I'm confident that this is going to stick. It's going to meet sort of both sides, if you will, of the needs for reimagining policing, and I think that's remarkable. I don't know that that would have happened if we had moved forward faster or with the first plan. So I am grateful to the patience of everyone for that, and grateful that we got to a place where, again, we almost never get no opposition. This is truly like a remarkable moment in my tenure. So thanks for participating. And also just want to say that it doesn't fall on deaf ears, the painful stories that we heard tonight. I think that I had hope early in my tenure that we were having some things go differently because of pandemic, and that when we sort of rewrited societally, things would shift and sort of default back to a norm, and they have not. So I do think that we need to make some changes because the current trajectory and what we're seeing now is not allowing anyone to feel particularly safe. Thanks.
Bob.
My great-grandfather was a chief of police. As a matter of fact, I still have his badge. It's one of my proudest possessions. He was a chief of police in a small town in Nebraska. Don't worry, I'll be rooting for the Buffs on Saturday. I am from Nebraska, but I promise not to wear any red.
That's kind of reddish, actually, your shirt right now, Bob.
This is as red as I'm going to get this week. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll be wearing black and gold on Saturday. And I know from my family, and my wife's great-grandfather was a chief of police in California as well, and I know from my family that policing is probably the toughest job in the world. I don't know how you guys do what you do, or why you do it, quite frankly. I mean, you put your life on the line for us every day, and we owe just tremendous gratitude to you. You know, when like Rachel and Tara and Junie, I had the opportunity to work on this plan over the last 2.5 years with Wendy. Thank you so much for your leadership in this. And we didn't know 2.5 years ago that we thought things were a little rough and that we needed to improve things. What has happened, unfortunately, while we've been building this plan is things have gotten worse, as we've heard from so many community members and businesses tonight. And so we have a lot of work ahead of us. I mean, this is a great plan, but this is just a roadmap, right? We now have to go down this road. And so our tough work is still ahead of us. This is great. As good as this is, we need to implement this and make this work and measure ourselves and hold ourselves accountable so that 2 or 3 years from now, we don't have community members like you all coming here and saying, this is a really, really rough place to be. And this plan is going to help us to get to that place. And so I'll conclude as my colleague from West Philly said, this plan is awesome.
Awesome. Lauren?
I deeply appreciate many aspects of this plan, especially the portion that describes holistic governance and how it plays into crime prevention. I hope that we will find new and innovative ways to continue a strong dialogue between officers and the community and between officers and council. I strongly believe that difficult conversations are the key to finding real solutions. The level of engagement and innovative strategies used were really unprecedented in this community. I especially appreciated the attention brought to youth voices. Many, but not all, of the concerns I had and have heard from community have been addressed, and I truly believe that the significant improvements in this plan are largely due to these challenging conversations our community has participated in. And thank you to everyone for your work in that process. When asked how we can trust police to treat people equitably, I appreciate the answer this plan gives that focuses on how, when done well, problem-solving policing can create experiences that help build trust and make the policing portion of the justice system more equitable. But I also see that if problem-solving policing were implemented poorly, the opposite could also be true. As Maris said, policing cannot continue as it is. A tremendous amount of work is needed, and it will not end with the finalization of this plan. This is the first step, and we will need to continue to evaluate what's working, what's not working, and make adjustments. I know this has been a difficult process, and there are deep issues our community is facing without easy solutions. I hope everyone will keep coming to the table and challenging each other so that we can come up with the best solutions possible. Thank you.
Rachel, you got something else?
I just wanted to double dip. I wasn't reading from my notes, so I'm sorry, but I had written a +1 to the community member who thanked Maris for the King Soopers moment. You really did lead our community through a very dark time. So I wanted to say thank you again.
That's on behalf of all of us, absolutely. Do you want to go?
And apologies. Colleagues, I have a bit that I want to say tonight just because I've got a lot of thoughts. But I will try to keep my comments shorter later. So some of the things that I'm kind of thinking about as we're looking at this decision, I think one of them is just around getting our scopes a little bit crossed on this. I think what was supposed to be, a strategic plan update ended up, because of the times and what was going on in that situation, just ended up expanding a bit. So I just want to acknowledge the work of staff to meet the moment, or trying to. And I think for council, something that we can perhaps learn from is how can we make sure to kind of give each part its due, and not try to sort of combine things that maybe we could do a better job of separately. I think this was one of the things that there were so many additional documents to look through. So I appreciate everything that you did to put this plan together and looking for all these too. But one of the people was talking about how oftentimes when this sort of reimagining process is done, it's done in a different way. It's not necessarily led by the police department, but maybe by a community group with some feedback. And so that was it was an interesting thing, and it just really made me reflect on how we added a lot to the work and to what this process should have been. So I hope that's a lesson for council. I'm also just sitting with the knowledge of just how traumatic the last few years have been for the entire community, for you all especially. There was the King Super shooting. I work with the brother of the murder victim that you all were dealing with last week, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you had to do that. So, I'm holding that. I know it's hard. I'm thinking about just the trauma to the community, what they've had to deal with, some of the high-profile incidents of brutality that we've been looking at in the last couple of years, and bias, as well as the experience of the people, many who are here tonight, who are victims of crime. None of this is acceptable. I think we all agree on the problem that not everyone feels safe in our community. Some of us differ on how we can achieve safety, but it's wrong for anyone, regardless of their perspective on policing, to claim that any of us in this community do not want safety. It is a common goal. It's what we all aspire to as humans. I want to speak a little bit to the challenge of speaking up when you have feedback to give, as well as to the challenge of hearing feedback in this really charged environment. That's not easy either, and I appreciate your willingness to stay at the table, Chief. And I want to also echo what some folks have said about the role of elected officials in creating an environment that reduces crime. It's partly our fault that we don't have places for people with mental illness and addiction to go. It's partly our fault that we have adult assault weapons. It's partly our fault that some people commit crimes because they can't afford food. So we need to step up too, because the situations that some of our policies are creating for police to deal with are really not acceptable. When I was talking to my mom last night, I was mentioning that I was planning to give a little bit of feedback on what I would have liked to see in this plan. And she said, "Be careful, Nikki. It's dangerous to let police know that you don't agree with them on everything." And I hear that, right? I hear that, and I hear that that is the approach that some of us in the community have. Please. And I would really appreciate the chance to talk, because the people I really want to talk to is our police department. And I appreciate what you're doing and what this plan is doing to try to move to a different place so that we don't have that experience. I really see that. I see that that's where we're trying to go. I'm really glad there are people in the community who feel safer with police, and I'm glad there are so many more who don't have any impression of the police, as you were noting. That is a really good place to start, and I think it's a strength and a place to start from. We're also missing folks tonight who didn't feel safe coming here and speaking up, or felt that it wouldn't matter. And I understand that many of the folks who are here tonight often feel the same. So just want to note that. And I just also want to note, I don't really feel completely safe being honest tonight, because any feedback that I give is going to be attacked by some in the community as me not caring about public safety and not supporting police officers or the many ways you show up and put your lives at risk, and not recognizing the trauma that you experience on behalf of this community, especially those of you with marginalized identities. But like you, I'm going to try to do the hard thing and offer some feedback as we get this plan started. And I hope it matters. I really do. Because just like you, I want this vision to be successful. I really do. So I'll stay at the table with you tonight. What I feel like is missing from this plan is what I asked for when we discussed it last summer and then talked with the project team about. An acknowledgement of the institutional racism and systemic over-policing of BIPOC communities, LGBTQ+ communities, disabled communities, and low-income communities that have created the current environment of trauma and distress, which harms all of us. I'm so glad to hear that we're going to be doing training that gets at this. And I wish that we'd included a bit of it in the plan. These past and present conditions are the reasons that we arrived at this moment of reimagining policing and thinking about what it could be when we were only supposed to be doing a strategic planning process. And as some of the engagement comments mentioned, if we're saying we're reimagining the future, it really does help to be open about where we are and where we came from. And I saw much of that in the presentation tonight. So I hope we can get some updates on how the training is proceeding as we move forward and make sure that we're talking openly about this history, maybe at the quarterly updates that we receive. As an example of why this matters, just yesterday we put a video on social media that talked about this plan and how transformational it will be. And I agree, it will be transformational. It was a good summary of the vision and where we're headed. And the background for this video was a Blue Lives Matter flag. And I know that for many in the police community, this symbol is a way of finding strength and support in the situations where you're putting your life at risk to help others. And for people who are members of groups that have been experiencing police brutality, it's a symbol that makes them feel unheard and even threatened. Both things are true. Our plan has a stated goal of building trust, including equity and supporting community values. Having a shared understanding of issues like this can help prevent these issues. I also want to note a gap between how the plan represents the relationships between the police and certain communities visually in the photos and what those community members said the relationships felt like during the engagement. There was also a bit of a gap for me in the data presented in the plan and the breadth of the data in the accompanying original sources. I really appreciate the focus on making the plan shorter and more approachable. And I hope that over the years we don't lose track of the breadth of the data that we received from this process, because it really was extraordinary. So I'm torn because I see the possibilities, and I also see some places where I would have liked to see us do things a little bit differently in this plan. I really do support the vision, and I want to make sure that's clear. I appreciate where you all are headed. I would like to have seen an accounting of the harm that traditional methods of policing have caused to specific groups in our community. Also some tangible and measurable and material actions for some of the stated goals, especially those that relate to improving rapport and relationships and communication with communities that have experienced harm. And some specifics on how we're going to track our progress over time for some of the indicators of success that seem critical to success, like the sustained and meaningful engagement. I think if we can address these gaps, this plan stands a better chance of achieving the successful outcomes that everybody in our community is hoping for. So whether we're people who feel safe with police or people who don't feel safe with police, we all want this plan to succeed. And I hope that some of these missing details can be incorporated into the quarterly updates that we get in the coming years so that future councils and the community can follow along and see how our actions and indicators are doing. Thank you for hearing my feedback. Thank you for listening, and thank you so much for all the work.
All right, we got Junie next.
Thank you, Mayor Brockett. I have several comments I want to make, and I'll start with the one that is not as positive as the one I will end with. It is hard for me to hear earlier that legislation passed, the criminal justice bills that we passed has not been helpful to Chief Maris, and my understanding has been that bills at the state legislature, a lot of times it is very hard to pass bills without the support of police associations and also the Attorney Council, which is CDAC at the state level. There's usually a lot of stakeholding, and when bills are passed, a lot of time it's based on, a lot of stakeholding and coming together of varying groups throughout the community and coming to somehow a middle ground as part of it, as opposed to, just bills rammed through. I just know, since I've been at the legislature, a lot of my colleagues are pretty thoughtful about that stakeholding process to ensure that community comes along. So it was very hard for me to hear that some of our criminal justice bill has not made it helpful or effective for Chief Maris to do her work at the city level. So hopefully in the future, as a member of the state legislature, Chief Maris will join us at the table and be part of those conversations as well. I want to move on to the part that I wanted to the feedback I wanted to give. I just wanted to say earlier today, I was very impressed by the comments made by Chief Harris. I have to say, as I was listening to your comments, they were very, very heartfelt for me. So I want to thank you for your presentation. And I wanted to reflect as well, as you were talking, that governing is not easy. To put it simply, it is hard. And we don't always get it right, as we heard, but identifying our values and using it as a roadmap to action is critical. And I heard that tonight, that you're striving to be effective, ethical, equitable, and efficient, all under the umbrella of defending the sanctity of human life, while at the same time questioning whether the work or our actions desperately impact our most vulnerable community members. And for that, Chief Maris, I am very grateful and thankful. And I hope these values are never forgotten. And thank you as well for acknowledging earlier the history of policing. By the way, I can't see very well what is going on. It seems like my camera is a little bit out of focus, but I support this plan moving forward. And thank you for all the work that all the community members have done. Thank you, Marina, for being a member of the subcommittee and for all the work that she has done as well. It's just been very, very impressive to see the work tonight, and thank you.
All right, thanks, Junie. I will finish us up. I just want to start by saying thank you to everybody who's been involved in this lengthy and thorough process. The public engagement on this has been extraordinary. So Sarah, thanks to your department for doing so much. And Wendy, just enormous thank you for pulling this together and seeing it through this entire process. And the number of people that have been touched and talked to and engaged is just extraordinary. I found it particularly moving to hear the testimony from some of our Spanish-speaking residents, and a big thanks to Marina Lagrave for being on that subcommittee and helping to engage those folks, as well as I know Manuela Cifuentes has been here tonight helping with the translation services. So I really appreciate all of that outreach. I know this the work here is not easy. You all are going out, the police department here speaking to you, going out into the community every day, dealing with a lot of very difficult situations, often people on the worst days of their lives, right, as a crime victim. So it's incredibly difficult, but I really appreciate the work that you do. Thanks for the arrests yesterday. I know things have been getting very dangerous downtown, and so appreciate the work that you did to arrest some of those drug dealers and other offendants. And also, there was Nicole mentioned this, there was a horrible murder a block away from my home just recently, and the response to that was really extraordinary. And you all are doing that work every day. So for that, I really thank you and appreciate you. It is really remarkable. And we're hearing from some community members who are definitely impacted by crime, and I hear you, and I hear the challenges that the downtown businesses and others are experiencing. And I know the department is working really hard each and every day to make that better. And so I'm really pleased to see this plan because I think it is absolutely moving us in the right direction with a problem-solving policing approach. I had the opportunity to say a few opening remarks at the problem-oriented policing conference a few weeks ago, and it was really impressive to see people from all over the country coming together to talk about how policing could be done better, differently, more data-driven, more problem-focused way. So it was an honor to have that in our town, people working on those issues, and I see that integrated into this plan. It was really wonderful to hear from our national expert here. Robin, thanks for being here with us tonight, and that was quite the ringing endorsement of this. Certainly when I read it through, I found it to be innovative, progressive, and even visionary in moving us towards a 21st century vision of policing that is different from the past and moving us in a positive direction. So Chief Harold, thanks so much for all that you've done for the department and putting this together. Deputy Chief Redfern and other department members. I think we've got a roadmap for some really positive things to come, and I thank you for all the work that you've done and look forward to continuing it together. Thank you. And with that, unless anybody wants to double dip, perhaps someone might be interested in making a motion.
I would like to move the approval and adoption of the Reimagined Policing Plan.
There's a second half to it there.
Wait, I don't think we do that.
Yep. Yeah, not adopt. If you don't,
Just
if you don't
accept.
mind reading the language.
Okay, then a motion to accept the Reimagined Policing Plan and disband the Reimagined Policing Process Subcommittee.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is this a show of hands, Alicia? Let's do a roll call. I'd prefer that too.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll start the roll call with Councilmember Spear.
Gonna be a hopeful yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
I'm going to be an emphatic yes.
Councilmember Weiner.
I'm going to be an overwhelming yes.
Okay, Councilmember Yates.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Benjamin.
Thanks for bringing us back to earth, Bob. Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
And Joseph.
Yes.
The Reimagining Policing Plan and the disband of the Reimagining Policing Process Subcommittee is hereby accepted unanimously.
All right, I'll let you all get away with this, just that one. Thanks to everybody who came and joined us tonight and for your input, and congratulations again.
Congratulations.
All right, we'll just give us 1 minute here. Thanks so much, Wendy. All right. All right, so if I could encourage folks to take your conversations into the hallway. And while you're doing that, we need a time check from council. Council, we got one more agenda item. It's 9:37. Are we up for continuing? Yep. Okay. Very good. So we'll just take.
You can use your gavel if you like.
Oh, I never get to use the gavel. Right, I know, right? And if I could just ask folks to clear the room, if you don't mind. We got one more agenda item. Well, you can stay. If you stay, you just need to be quiet. If you want to keep talking, you need to leave the room. All right. So with that, Alicia, can we get started on the next item, please?
Yes, sir. Our last item on tonight's agenda is item number 6, matters from the city manager, and that is 6A, the Inclusionary Housing Update.
Thank you so much. And to kick us off, we have Kurt Fernharber to
talk a little bit about inclusionary housing.
Good evening, Council. I'm Kurt Fernhauer. I support the Department of Housing and Human Services. I'm a little disappointed. I thought they are all here to hear this presentation. So we're going to talk about really one of the foundational policies and ordinances of our city over the last more than 20 years. Inclusionary housing. The city of Boulder was one of the first 10 cities in the country to adopt inclusionary housing. Now there's well over 1,000 cities with inclusionary housing. We're here tonight as partly a city council priority that you put forward to us. So we're going to be focusing on some of the feedback that we've heard from you, and hopefully that will turn into an ordinance very soon within this council. And cash in lieu is one of the things we'll talk about. Cash in lieu can sometimes be controversial in our community, but it's actually the workhorse of our affordable housing program. And every few years we do an update. The last one was about 5 years ago, I believe. And so we're doing it again now. We're going to be led tonight by Michelle Allen and Sloan Walbert. And I think Sloan's going to start us off. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. So just to give some background, so staff requested direction on this IH update at a study session before council on October 27th. And at that meeting, council directed staff to explore strengthening incentives for on-site for sale middle-income housing, applying cash in lieu differently to particularly larger homes, and possibly applying cash in lieu requirements to demolitions of homes that are replaced with larger, more expensive homes and or large additions. So for the project schedule, the project's currently in the evaluation and feedback stage. Kaiser Marston Associates was hired in February to support the program update, and they conducted a financial feasibility study and best practices analysis to identify housing development trends and inform potential alternatives to the IH program. So KMA's findings were attached to the memo, and David Dosima from KMA will be presenting following staff and also available for questions. Also, Planning Board considered the proposed updates to the program on Tuesday night. The board was supportive of the proposed changes and code cleanup items. They recommended that staff consider how inclusionary housing updates would work with the recent zoning changes or the ones that are being considered on first reading tonight, and also being mindful about gathering data going forward and evaluating if the changes are doing what was intended. And an ordinance with the updated code language is scheduled for consideration this fall, mid-October, and then early November would be second reading. In terms of community engagement, the project has been following the city's community engagement framework, which is shown. Because of the technical nature of the program in this update, our team has worked closely with engagement staff to sort of identify appropriate and meaningful public engagement. And so the purpose tonight is to present update options and receive feedback to shape these code changes that we'll be drafting in the next month. There's no formal action or motion necessary, but this is really your opportunity to shape the code development phase, give input, ask questions, particularly from the consultant. And the current, as Kurt mentioned, the current program produces few affordable units directly through the on-site or off-site options, but a significant amount of units are produced through the cash in lieu contributions. And based on the findings from KMA, this isn't going to change anytime soon. And KMA is going to give a short presentation, but just to quickly summarize, there'll be continued difficulty in achieving on-site for sale outcomes unless we make some changes to the program. And that proposed square footage methodology would remove those disincentives we currently have to smaller, more affordable market rate units. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle to talk through some of the specifics of the update.
Good evening. There we go. That's better. Good evening, Michelle Allen, Housing Human Services. So I'm going to run over the three major update items that we want you to get feedback on, and then there is a table in the memo that has more of the more minor updates and less impactful updates. So first we'll talk about the cash in lieu modifications, then approaches for how we can achieve some on-site for sale middle income affordable units, and then talk about whether you want to explore a nexus study to possibly support a residential linkage fee for these demo and replacement scenarios. So the first item that we're proposing to update in the code is the way we do cash in lieu. We are, based on KMA's recommendation, would like to adopt a square footage based cash in lieu. What we have right now is sort of a hybrid of square footage and units, and it's kind of unnecessarily complicated actually. We would go to a more pure per square foot structure. We would adopt a feasible cash in lieu range that would result in roughly equivalent cash in lieu revenues, and conduct a feasibility analysis at least every 5 years. So the rationale for this change is that this cash in lieu by square foot, the pure sort of approach, is a best practice, and it's a widely used approach. It results in cash in lieu that scales with unit size and a fair burden across different sized units, which ours has some sort of unintended incentives for some undesired outcomes, the way we have it now, which is an incentive for larger market rate units that's sort of built into the methodology right now. And it's a lot more simplified and straightforward to administer and for developers to understand. And very important to note that as part of this update to the cash in lieu, we would remove the existing 1,200 square foot cap. And the way that works right now is that any units larger than 1,200 square feet are all assessed at the same amount. That was adopted when the program was adopted back in 2000, and it's outlived its usefulness at this point. So the second update we want to propose is reducing the for sale on-site requirement from the current 25% to 15%. Allowing middle income pricing for all affordable units that could be put on site, and reduce this would reduce the on-site cost to be competitive with the cash in lieu. The rationale is that the current 25% requirement is financially infeasible, and KMA can talk to you more about that. Developers have been and will choose cash in lieu if we leave it the way it is. It simplifies the program by removing, we built in 2018 when we did the last major update to the program, we built in a bunch of carrots and sticks and found that none of them were very effective. They didn't actually move the needle at all, so we want to kind of take those out, which will simplify the program. And we think that if developers have real options, an on-site option and a cash in lieu option, both of which are financially feasible, that they will in some cases choose to put those units on site. So I want to emphasize that changing the percent requirement does not change the amount of cash in lieu that would be assessed on a project. Cash in lieu, the square footage methodology is looking at the entire residential square foot in a project and assessing it for the cash in lieu amount. It's not assessed by affordable unit, it's just the entire residential square footage. So the percentage on-site requirement will not change the amount of cash in lieu. The last thing is to explore a nexus study to inform the viability of a linkage fee. We would need to conduct that separately from this IH update, and we talked to Planning Board on Tuesday, and they actually really like this idea and wanted to recommend that we move forward, recommend to you that we move forward on this in 2024. So the rationale for the nexus study is that demo rebuilds and significant additions replace smaller, more affordable homes with larger, less affordable homes. And the reason we can't do it through IH is that IH only applies to new residential development. Demo rebuilds is replacing one house for another, so it's not a net increase. And of course, additions are not new residential development. So we would approach this issue by doing a nexus study and possibly instituting a affordable housing linkage fee in these development scenarios. So I encourage you to look at the proposal as a package, because I know on the face of it, it seems counterintuitive to reduce the percentage requirement to get more units on site. But the fact is that 25% of nothing is nothing. So, and that's sort of what we're getting now. 15% we would hope that we would have some middle income units coming through the program. And of course, there will be additional code updates. There's a table in your memo, and also some like minor tweaks. We have to make sure all the details for any approved program updates work in the code, bring IH in line with some program implementation that we do, and address some undesired outcomes. So the next steps are that we will be attending the What's Up Boulder event on Sunday. We're excited about that. In late September, we will go back to HAB, the Housing Advisory Board, which we did talk to about this update a couple weeks ago. And then we will go to Planning Board, which will make a recommendation to you on the ordinance language. Then in October, late October and early November, we are hoping to come back to you with the public hearings for adoption of the ordinance. So David Dozma from KMA is going to do a short presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. David Dozma with Kaiser Marston Associates. Have just a few slides to share with you. As was mentioned, we prepared a real estate financial feasibility analysis to help support the update to the program, and we also looked at best practices around the country focusing on provisions related to cash in lieu and middle income affordable units. If you can see the slide that's up now, it illustrates one of the example pro formas that we prepared looking at the costs and revenues associated with a new development under your existing requirements. And this example that we're looking at illustrates a pro forma for a small 3-story condo project. Looking at the left-hand side of the slide first, that illustrates a scenario where that project pays cash in lieu. In this example, the pricing for a small condo, 1,400 square feet in size, is a little over $1 million, $750 a square foot. And the costs per unit, roughly $1.1 million, including land, construction, fees and permits, payment of cash in lieu under the inclusionary program, and a profit to the developer. So that the project is close to penciling. In this example, it's not quite there, but it's close. Then moving over to the right-hand side of the slide, it shows you that same example project, where the project, instead of using the cash in lieu option that's available to it, opts to provide those 25% affordable units on site. So looking at that sales revenue column, it shows you the average sales price across both market rate and affordable units. So just blending those together, and just on an average, with 25% affordable units on site, the pricing is about $200,000 per unit less overall. And then the costs also decrease with on-site affordable units because there's no longer a need to pay cash in lieu because the affordable units are on site. Another factor that was considered in the analysis is the flexibility that your program provides for projects to provide affordable units that are just a little bit smaller than the market rate, which is one incentive to the developer to include units on site is that flexibility. But even with that, we see that sales revenues and costs are out of balance. So the project doesn't pencil. The sales prices don't support the costs in that 25% scenario. It's also clearly shows that it's less favorable overall to the developer compared to the cash in lieu option in this illustration. This next slide presents the results a little bit of a different way. It expresses the cost of cash in lieu under your current requirements as $1 per square foot amount. So even though your requirements currently aren't on a per square foot basis, it converts the amounts a developer would be required to pay into a per square foot basis. And then the tall, darker blue bars are the costs associated with that same project providing the units on site. So it's a way to just easily compare the costs of the two options. And as you can see, just using the townhome row home project as an example, the cash in lieu for that project is approximately $46 per square foot currently, and then providing 25% units on site equates to a net cost to the project of approximately $100 a square foot. So it's a clear choice for the developer to pay that cash in lieu, and that incentive to pay cash in lieu exists across all 5 of the project types that we looked at in the study under your current requirements. So this kind of summarizes some of the takeaways of the feasibility analysis. One, that projects can support a cash in lieu amount in the approximate range of $35 to $50 per square foot of livable area. For sale projects are able to support an on-site requirement of approximately 12% to 15% depending on how those affordable units are priced. Rental projects are estimated to support between 12 and 22% on-site. And then larger sites, where there's the ability to set aside a portion of that larger site to do a standalone affordable project that is able to leverage outside funding sources, is able to do the full 25% on-site. So our recommendations are to, as part of this update that you're considering, to preserve feasibility, limit the overall cost of your requirement to within approximately the $40 to $50 per square foot range. And that cost can be in the form of a cash in lieu payment or in the form of on-site units. It's just sort of overall guidance for structuring the requirement within a range that's feasible. And then in terms of how your cash in lieu option is expressed, as has been mentioned earlier, we suggested moving towards a per square foot structure. A lot of programs are moving in that direction. It's considered a best practice. It's very simple to apply. It scales with the size of the unit, so you don't create, on the positive side, an incentive to build a very large unit, or in terms of a disincentive to build smaller, more affordable market rate units. In terms of how cash in lieu rates adjust from year to year, we suggest that you link them to costs. As construction costs increase, that cash in lieu amount would increase. We project that that'll be more stable over time. A little bit, it's going to increase over time, but at a more stable rate than the current approach, which effectively produces a 10% annual increase every year, which if you just do the compound interest calculation, it's 7%. Doubles every 7 years. And then, like many programs, you need to monitor the outcomes, keep track of how things are going, whether it's still meeting your needs and objectives and you're getting the outcomes that you want. And so keep looking at it, come back to it every 3 to 5 years. So that's the end of the presentation, and thank you.
City staff, do you have more, or is that it for the presentation?
That's all we have.
Great. So council questions for staff or consultant? David, thanks for being here, especially given the hour. I hope you enjoyed our presentation on policing. Mark.
Thank you for the presentation, David. when you move to the per square foot metric, is at 15%, is that 15% of the unit of units or 15% of the square feet?
It can be done either way. You can provide the flexibility to make it 15% of the units, and I think that's my understanding of what's being proposed here, 15% of the units. Some programs have provided flexibility to make it 15% of the square footage of the units. And I think there's a couple of programs recently out there that have moved in that direction. And I think it's typically at the option of the developer, 15% of the square footage or 15% of the units.
I mean, if you're eliminating the one-bedroom requirement for on-site units, you're going to end up with 3 efficiencies representing perhaps 8 or 9% of the square footage, and I'm not sure that's the result we want. I mean, why would you build more than the smallest units you could possibly build to meet your on-site obligation?
So I don't think the proposal is to eliminate the link between the size of the market rate units and the size of the affordable units. You would still have to have some parity there. So you wouldn't get a situation where a developer simply allowed to make all the affordable units studios and then have the market rates be 3 bedrooms. That wouldn't, I don't think that would be permitted under what's being proposed here.
Well, I'm not sure there's anything that bars that, and that's kind of what I'm asking. Where's the guardrail?
So
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So the code requires, and we're not proposing to change, that the affordable units have to be proportional to the market units. So if you have half 2-bedroom and half 1-bedroom, the affordable units have to be half 2-bedroom and half.
Okay, thank you. Also, in terms of your pro formas, and I wrote this in my hotline, I think you're a little behind the times in terms of the numbers you're using for those pro formas at $800 a square foot. If you look at the MLS with any frequency, you'll see that $900 and $1,000 is much more common today than it used to be for new construction. And I don't know if that impacts the feasibility of projects, but I would think it would have some impact, and it might be useful to look at it, if not at $1,000, at least at $900, because again, as I wrote, 21 of 29 listings in the MLS last week were well in excess of $800 per square foot. So I mean, almost every unit that was for sale, especially in the $1 million and up category, was just much higher. And I'm just not sure we're using the right numbers.
So when we prepared the analysis, we were aware of pricing in the range that you're indicating, and I don't expect people to have made it all the way to the very back of the appendices, but you'll find there that we show list prices in sort of the range you're citing. But we made a decision in the analysis not to reflect sort of the top end of the pricing that's out there. You also see pricing that's as low as $600 a square foot in a new project. That's less common, I think. There have been pricing at $800 a square foot. We, in preparing this work, recognize that it's something that's going to guide a citywide policy. So we don't want to reflect the top end of the pricing range all the time. We also, in preparing these pro formas, we're internally consistent. So if we have pricing at $800 a square foot, we're representing a land cost that is achievable, in a location where units will sell for $800 a square foot, as opposed to a higher land cost that might be associated with a project that can sell for $1,200 a square foot, as an example.
And with respect to the linkage fee, which I think is an interesting idea, Are there any exceptions? I mean, the intent is to assess a fee against someone who demolishes a 1,400 square foot house and builds a 5,500 square foot house. What if somebody gut renovates a 1,400 square foot house and leaves it as is, or maybe adds 200 or 300 square feet? Is there some metric by which you would have a little bit of leeway on that, or?
Yeah, that would be our intention, that we would allow people to replace the square footage that they have without any additional requirement. But if they build a larger home, and so as you say, replace what they have maybe with a little bit of wiggle room there. But if they go from 1,500 square feet to 4,000 square feet, there would be an assessment on that.
And I've got lots of questions, but I'll just ask one more. In doing this change, first, are we going to put in some sort of look back to see how it's actually working? 2, 3, 5 years to determine its results? And second, are we now pitting the development of middle-income housing against affordable housing? Because most developments with the cash in lieu are providing the source of funding for our affordable housing program, and now we're trying to incentivize something else, and there's still only one pie. And are we now pitting one against the other in terms of what it is we're trying to develop?
So a couple thoughts about that. First of all, the change is only proposed for for sale units, which have been over the last few years about 10% of the units subject to inclusionary housing. So it's actually a pretty small percentage. Most development, as you know, in Boulder is rental at this point, national trend. That's not projected to change anytime soon. It could, but it probably won't. So there's that. But there's also just that the cash in lieu is then, put to use producing affordable units. If somebody chooses not to pay cash in lieu and produce affordable units, like, you still get affordable units, right? So getting cash in lieu and then turning it into affordable units is one way to do it. Getting the units on site is another way to do it. And I don't know. Does that answer your question? I'm not quite sure.
Do you mind if I drill into the numbers a little bit on that? Because I want to make sure I understand this. Because granted, I get that this is for sale. So if currently, if somebody had like a 100-unit project, they would be, if they wanted to do it on site, that'd be 25 units, right? If they paid cash in lieu, we would then use that money to fund units somewhere else. And my understanding is we'd get probably a little more than 25 units, maybe 28 units or something like that. Do I have that approximately
Probably
correct?
double, but the big difference is that if you had a condo project, a for sale.
Do you mind if I just finish?
Sure.
And then please fill in. But then if we change the requirement, if it's on site, to 15%, then the alternate thing that we would get would be 15 units of on-site middle-income affordable housing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we've got kind of a trade-off here between 15 units of middle income on-site versus 25 to 35 or something off-site affordable units. Is that the rough?
Yeah,
two
can I
scenarios?
just clarify?
And then please clarify.
Yeah. So the off-site units, you might get as many as double, but they're going to be rental units.
Sure.
Because we do put cash in lieu into for sale units, but most of the cash in lieu is used to produce rental units. It's leveraged with LIHTC financing, which can only be used for rentals. Whereas the 15 on site will be for sale middle income.
Got it.
So
yeah,
different product.
It's trade-offs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood the numbers. That was what I had. Anybody else? Yes, I got Nicole and then Matt.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question about the middle income affordable, and is that in our, so it's homeownership, right? And so is that, again, this sort of, it's going to be permanently affordable, so there's going to be limits on equity? Is this like taking advantage of the new middle income down payment program? Like, what is it about that that's making it affordable? Does that make sense? Like, what's the It's just that it's being sold at that price, or is this part of our affordable homeownership program?
Yeah, oh yeah, it would be part of the affordable homeownership program. It
Okay.
would have a permanent affordable covenant. Every, the initial sale plus every resale would have to be to an affordable price to a income qualified household.
Right, okay, and so a unit where people are not going to be getting market rate equity on their home?
No,
Right,
they get
okay.
equity that's built into the program between 0.5 and 3%, I believe, annually.
Okay, thank you.
Matt?
I just want to piggyback a little bit on where I think Mark and Aaron were on these trade-offs. And just for a reminder, can you remind us what our affordable housing inventory goals are and what our middle income housing target goals are?
Kurt.
And also where our progress is in achieving those goals.
Thanks for that question. So the middle income strategy, well, we have a few goals out there. First of all, when we do the regional housing partnership, our city adopted a 15% goal. So 15% of all housing units in the city, including existing units, would be permanently affordable. Right. We're currently at 8.4%. So we've made very good progress. We have about 1,400 units that are in the pipeline. I believe about 200 of those are for sale homes. And some of those are through annexations as well. And so we're making good progress overall on our 15% target. However, it takes a long time to get there. And our goal was 10% for many years. When we moved it from 10 to 15, I think we were at about 7.5%. So we've moved a whole percentage point since setting that goal. The last few years towards our middle income targets, it's gone slower than we anticipated, and that's why changes were made to the IH ordinance back in 2018. That was the carrots and sticks, and Mark was asking, are we going to go back and look at this? Yes, that's what we're doing right now. We're actually looking back at the changes that we made back in 2018, and we're now observing what's worked and what hasn't worked.
Matt, may I colloquy?
Sure, yeah, I had a follow-up, yeah.
Did we not have, in 2016, a separate goal of 1,500 middle-income units by 2030?
That's correct, yes.
And how are we doing on that?
We currently have, I think, about 810 or 815 units of for sale homes. We've probably been adding, I don't know, over the last few years, only about 10 units per year, 10 to 12 units per year. So it's been fairly low.
Okay, thank you.
That was kind of, thanks for asking that, Mark. I mean, so with this, where my question really kind of goes after kind of getting that foundation is, where's our greatest deficit? In which case, to me, that kind of then answers the direction we go with the trade-offs, right? Is if our deficit, if we're further behind on the middle income, then we throttle that direction. If we're further behind the other, so that's where I think this moving target is so important for us to keep adapting these levers as we keep checking in every 3 to 5 years. So in your assessment, would you say which one are we further behind on? Is it that sort of de-restricted affordable, or is it that middle income? Where do you think we are further behind reaching our goals?
So as far as reaching the goals, we're further behind on the middle income for sale units. However, the need throughout the entire community is significant.
Yep, I agree.
And it really does also come down to sort of a values trade-off of which one you're going to prioritize.
Yep.
And I'll just say, sorry, one more thing while I'm here. My assumption is that if this is passed as an ordinance or an update to the ordinance, we'll probably double the number of middle income units. We'll probably get an additional, 15 units a year, something in that ballpark.
Thank you, Kurt. I appreciate that.
I got Junie and then Rachel.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I think based on the presentation, the conversation that we've been having, is that we're trying to incentivize on-site building behavior. But also my understanding, it may reduce the amount of cash in lieu that we receive, because it is not a guaranteed that a developer will build just because we said, hey, we are lowering the threshold to 15%. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, it's not a guarantee that they will choose to put the units on site. They will still have a choice. And the way we're proposing it is to make the two options roughly equivalent so that they have a feasible avenue for either on-site units or cash.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to do the math in my head, or at least thinking of what seems to be a middle ground here, because I'm just not sold on yet this particular approach, because to me, I'm thinking a middle ground would be a hybrid approach. If you're building on site, 15%, but if you're doing cash in lieu, then you would still have to do 25, because again, we're trying to incentivize a behavior that is not guaranteed. So ultimately, I do understand what Kurt is saying, that might give us a 15 additional for sale, but nonetheless, we don't know that to be a guaranteed. We might still be exactly where we are today. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Did you have another question, Junie, or was that it?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. I got Rachel and then Lauren.
My questions are very basic. I'm sorry. Everybody knows by now this is not my strong suit, planning stuff. Planning housing intersection. So first question is, are ADUs implicated at all in this discussion? Thank you. No. So we wouldn't do anything that would create. Okay. That's a comment. I wanted to understand on the additional update and cleanup code where I'm looking at page 8. Under required rents, we would be looking at changing 80% AMI to 50% AMI households, and wanted to understand where that applies, or what the scenarios are for that.
For the proposed rental change?
Required rents. So
Yeah.
these are kind of out of context because they're cleanup code changes. So I didn't have a great context for like what we're talking about for. I think that the language change is going from 20% of affordable units would be for 80% AMI households to 20% would be for 50% AMI, and I just don't know where that applies.
Correct, and the reason that, I at least think of that as a cleanup is that, so the developers have a hard time, typically they say, we're going to price them all, do all the rents at 60%. We can't use the 80% rents because LIHTCs don't function well with 80% rents. So they just say, we're just not going to do any at 80%. So it's sort of it's not a functional split the way we have it right now with 60 and 80. They're doing them all at 60. And that's the conversation because they want to utilize LIHTCs. And in fact, sometimes to utilize the LIHTCs, even though we don't require lower rents, they're actually throwing some in there because it makes their LIHTC project look more attractive, and they want to attract those funds. So we're kind of aligning the rents that would be required through inclusionary housing with the reality out there in the construction world, which is that affordable rentals are going to be financed with LIHTCs, and LIHTCs are not friendly to 80% rents.
So, but we're already doing 80% for 60% AMI, and we'd be taking the 20% that was going to 80% AMI to 50% AMI. So it seems like we'd be sort of, in one sense, moving away from the more upper income affordable housing units. If we're dropping the 80 and requiring either 50 or 60% for 100%. Kurt's nodding at me, so I think I'm reading it right. But it almost seems like contrary to some of the rest of this discussion. So I don't know when we're looking at this for a vote, but I'm just flagging it, right? Because we're not just flagging it for future discussion, maybe?
Sure.
Maybe I'll just add something here. So our approach to rentals are very different. And again, this is a cleanup that will apply to a project probably every few years. We've had 2 on-site rental projects in the time that I've been at the city. So it would only apply to on-site rental developments. And what we will also want to get away from is when a project only does 60% AMIs, it's only serving a certain slice of our community. And by introducing 50s, we're also encouraging them to rent to lower AMIs, which actually helps our entire community as well. And this is something that BHP has basically baked into every project that they do. And so and it's really worked out quite well. And so for on-site projects, we'd like to see that same approach.
And these would be mostly mixed income on site?
Yes.
Yeah, or all, okay.
Councilmember, if I may, I was just looking at our schedule, and we are targeting second reading on this ordinance for November 2nd.
I will be here. Thank you. Okay. Look at that, I get one more. Okay, let's see. I think I have a couple more questions. So again, under the cleanups for proposed changes, I'm now on page 10. And it's saying we would, the options for meeting new IH program changes, we would be revising to indicate that this would go into effect 3 months from adoption and apply to developments that have an approved technical document or have submitted at least 1 residential building permit. I guess I wonder why not just exempt everybody who's already in the pipeline? That seems like it could be onerous to, if you've already gotten a permit or like planned out a project and penciled it out or whatever. Why is that? Maybe that's just how it's always done.
Some of the changes are, if you're doing a for sale project, you want to go by the new rules.
They're better.
If you're doing a rental project, you want to go by the old rules. So it's kind of splitting that difference. And I do need to flesh that out a little bit more and provide a little more detail, which you'll see in the ordinance language. But the intent is to be fair and to allow a bunch of developments that are in the pipeline the choice of going by the old or the new rules. But you do have to put a fine line in there somewhere.
Yeah. Well, it would seem to me anybody who had like almost the opposite of the line that's in here. Like if you haven't applied for or gotten a permit yet, then you're just under the new rules. But if you're already in the pipeline, I love the idea of a choice. Like pick, choose your adventure. Okay, great. And then kind of the same thing on the demolition and replacement. We currently have no time limit to replace units destroyed by fire, flood, wind, and we're going to make that a little bit harsher, I would say, by putting an 8-year time limit for dwelling units removed by. So I assume this is like, in the event that your home were destroyed in a fire, you've got 8 years to rebuild it. And I, like Matt and I were talking to somebody yesterday whose home was lost in the Marshall Fire, and I think she's waiting for some things to fall into place that are out of her control that government actors need to do. So I wondered, what about just if you're the same homeowner, not having a time limit? Like if the property changes hands, then you would pay. But I don't know. That seemed potentially still harsh to me. So just flagging and wondering if there are other ways we could do it. That I do understand the intent. Like it at some point, 30 years from now, if you haven't rebuilt that house, like it's not a delay, and I don't know how we got it 8 years. Maybe that's the question. How do we land on 8 years?
I just picked it as a reasonable time frame.
Okay.
So open to suggestions.
Okay, thanks. I think those are all my questions.
Lauren and then Tara.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify something Junie had brought up related to the cash in lieu and option Where are those? Yes. So when we look at decreasing to the 15% on-site, we're not decreasing the amount of cash in lieu. The cash in lieu, if we go forward with the square footage, or I guess either way, however we go forward with cash in lieu, it would stay the same no matter what the on-site percentage requirements are.
Yeah, that's correct. And both HAB and Planning Board struggle with that concept a little bit because they're sort of tied together right now. But under this proposal, they become really essentially divorced from each other. The cash in lieu is just applied to the total residential square footage of the project. Doesn't matter what the on-site percentage is.
Mm-hmm.
The on-site percentage is if you want to do units instead of cash in lieu, the percentage would dictate how many units. And the work that KMA did basically tells us that the 15% is roughly equivalent to that $40 to $50 cash in lieu amount that they are recommending.
Thank you. Kurt, you had mentioned that you thought that this might bring us 15 middle income units. Can you tell me what would be the equivalent number of affordable units you could build with cash in lieu or middle income units you could build with cash in lieu?
So with the equivalent cash in lieu of 15 units, so let's start with 10 units.
Because the math's easier. I like it.
Yeah. We can probably do 25 units of rental for that same amount of cash, probably 25 to 30. Again, they're a different product. If we did under our current program, we're getting about 6 or 7 units a year where we're going out and purchasing existing units and turning them into for sale deed restricted units. Those are units that are 20 or 30 years old, and we do some upgrading to them as well. That's going to be somewhere in the middle. For those 10 units of new construction, we'll probably get 15 to 17 units under our current program with that cash in lieu. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So with the cash in lieu, you could build more units, either affordable or middle income, than they would do on site.
That's correct. But again, you're getting new units.
New units versus old units.
Yep.
I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Tara, and then maybe we can move towards Bob. You had some too. Tara, do you? And then
Bob can go first.
Bob.
Okay. Teresa Tate's predecessor often cautioned us about being too aggressive on certain things. So, for example, we always had to have a cash in lieu safety valve because of rent control restrictions in the state of Colorado. And similarly, I think we felt a little uncomfortable when we nudged the number from 20% to 25%, and he cautioned us that we were probably pushing the envelope there as well. There was a bill, obviously, in the legislature this year that didn't pass that would have allowed cities to have impose rent control, and that bill may come back, and if it does, and the preemption is lifted, the city may or may not take on rent control. But kind of setting all that aside, do we feel, are we doing these things under the assumption that rent control is still prohibited in Colorado, and if that goes away, how would we change some of these numbers, or are these numbers driven more by operational considerations than they are legal ones? In other words, we may have some operators that just don't want to operate low-income housing, and so they're happy to write a check and just pass that on to their buyers or their renters, and has less to do with legal constraints and more to do just with their preference and how they run their business.
Thanks for that question, Mark. I'm going to Bob, sorry.
I'm better looking than Mark.
Excuse me. Well, we've been answering questions from Mark all day, so. So the first thing I'll say is that and I think that's been that's something we've realized, particularly through David Dozema's work, is that the amount of cash in lieu that we're charging doesn't necessarily relate to that 25% number. And so that becomes sort of a communication challenge as well around how our affordable housing program works. The other thing that David's work showed us is that we're at the very top of what we can charge for cash in lieu. Some projects could probably still pay slightly more, but by and large, most projects, if we go much higher, will decide to build in some other community. And that was one of the things that we talked about when we went from 20% to 25%. That is something that I think the council at that time said, we need to watch that. We're 5 years later, we're watching it. And the assessment that David did was incredibly helpful in highlighting that for us. So that's our reason for saying we've reached the top of cash in lieu. That's the most we can extract before having really negative impacts. So let's not mess with that. City Council asked us to go back and find a solution to getting more on-site middle-income units. And what we're presenting you tonight is what that would take.
So it sounds like the answer is the legal constraints may not be the driver here. In other words, even if rent control was allowed by cities, and even if Boulder adopted rent controls, we would still be doing some of the things that you're recommending tonight.
I think so. And the last thing that I'll say is, even under our current state laws, the options that we give developers should theoretically be somewhat equitable. Mm-hmm. Right now, we know that they're not.
And we got a little bit of help from the state legislature a couple years ago, didn't we? That like lifted some of the problems with the Telluride decision, and so exempted inclusionary programs from the rent control. Yes. Do I remember that correctly?
Well, it also took out the provision that on-site developments had to be done or completed by a housing authority or someone equal to that. So
we got a little help there. Good. Does that answer your questions?
Good.
Great. Tara?
There was a section in the report, I can't remember if it was the KMA report or the first 10 or 15 pages or the next 100 or 200 pages. Anyway, it said smaller sites, developments on smaller sites and infill development will typically lack the scale to set aside a portion of the site. So let's say that, do you think it's worth our while? I personally do, but I'm like Rachel, not an expert, worth our while to get more smaller sites and infill developments to add more on-site affordable units? Because right now, according to that report, it said they can't do it at 25%. Do you know what I mean?
Right. They can't do it at 15%.
They can't do it at all?
No.
Okay.
So if you really wanted them to be able to put them on site, we would have to reduce that even further.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think it's valid for us to want to involve this? I would think that those smaller infill developments are pretty important, since we don't have that many. I mean, how many large tracts do we have? We have plenty of small things we can do. So we should pay attention to this, shouldn't we? How important those smaller sites are, or they're not that important?
Well, I mean, so small sites are small numbers of units. So if you had like 8 or 10, 15% is only one. And they can't do 15%, so let's say it's 10%. I wonder if David, I'm sure he's still with us. He might want to. It was in his report, actually.
I'm here, and I think the sentence that was referenced there. What I was trying to describe with that is that to do for a tax credit affordable project to make sense, where you're able to leverage outside subsidies and actually do 25% on site, you need a large enough site so that there's enough units involved that 25% affordable requirement results in something like 50 units or more. affordable units that are required, and that's where you could do 25% feasibly, and that's where you've seen it happen. The sentence about smaller sites was really about those projects don't have the scale to make that solution work, and so therefore that 25% requirement is not feasible for them. But the 15% that's being discussed here at 120% AMI in a for sale project, that would be feasible.
It would be.
I would think.
Yeah.
It would be.
I stand corrected.
My next question, what, you want to colloquy?
No, I'm just looking forward to the discussion, but please continue.
My next question actually is for David again. Why was the land at Weathervane half the price? Did you remember when you wrote about Weathervane?
I don't know why. I don't know why it was. I don't know if it was a conversion from industrial use or something that was re-entitled, and that was part of the price, pricing consideration. But I think it was like 25,000 a unit for that land, whereas most of the other projects are like 50,000 a unit, 60,000 a unit.
I wonder if there's any of that land left. I've got excited about it.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think what it shows you is that where there's an opportunity to re-entitle land that is restricted to a use that's not residential, and by that restriction, land use limitation is therefore less valuable. There's an opportunity created for greater feasibility. That wasn't the focus of this work. The focus of this work was on where residential is an approved use.
Right, but you had all these nuggets in that giant report, I'm just saying. So I might just, instead of bore everybody here, because I think Aaron's ready to move on, I might just give you a call, because I have a few more questions.
Okay.
Taking it offline. All right. If you must.
I must. It's a short question. At the end of or near the end of the report, you set out the best practices from other cities, and you list them, and the best practices in creating middle-income housing, and you list them. Could, at some point, as we're considering this, get the detail as to what the results of those best practices were in city by city? Because you simply list what their policies are, but you don't tell us how they worked, how well they worked. Could we get that information?
That's a fair request, and I certainly understand the motivation behind it, and we can. I can speak to it now if you'd like, or we can.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, got it.
We're all done.
Mark
Okay.
and I will call you.
But if you could provide that, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, great. So if we can move to our discussion, I wonder if we could get the presentation, the questions for council. And see if we can be brisk without. Okay, do you have a finer grained breakdown of the policy? Because you had several things that we're considering. Very good. Because these are our three main ones, right? Cash in lieu modifications. Well, here, let's do one by one. Are people comfortable with the proposed cash in lieu modifications, moving towards the per square foot and such? We good? Yeah? All right, I'm seeing nodding heads. How do people feel about the change in the on-site for sale middle income affordable units? I have a comment on this one. Yes. Yeah, do you mind if I call on myself to get us started here? So anyway, there's a trade-off here in terms of how many of what kinds of units you're getting, and so it would be wonderful to produce more for sale on-site middle income affordable housing, but I'm afraid I just wouldn't trade, for example, 15 units of middle income on-site for sale for approximately 30 units of off-site low-income rental product. So that's where I fall in this. I would say the trade-off's not quite worth it. So we need more middle income, but I'm not willing to trade this much to get it. So that's my thing.
I'm going to agree with you on that. I've always been an advocate for on-site, affordable and middle-income housing, but when you look at the numbers, and you look at the number of people who are waiting in line for Boulder Housing Partners affordable units, it's not a good trade-off anymore. I'd rather, that's the market that's in greater need, and that's the market I think we ought to be serving if we're looking at a 2-for-1 or even greater than 2-for-1 swap. And so I think I would rather serve better the affordable rental housing market than a few units for sale. It doesn't mean I don't want to see it. I just don't think changing the policy in this way is a good policy to make that swap.
Okay, I got Lauren, Tara, Matt, I think Nicole.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, Aaron. I also think that, you know, the development's probably going to build a certain number of units anyway. And when we get cash in, like we have a housing crisis, and when we get cash in lieu, we also get to go build other additional units. And so that also creates more housing in general in our community. And maybe with some of these updates we're making, it might not be deed-restricted middle-income housing, but maybe we're incentivizing smaller units and might get some sort of market rate, more affordable, slightly more affordableness in our community. Thanks.
Tara?
Well, two things. I'm going to disagree on this one, and I think we should switch over to middle income. First of all, I guess income diversity and housing diversity is important, I think, for our community, just to have, I'm not going to say like rich and poor exactly, but a lower income and just higher income without that middle, I think really affects us as a community. And we're not, I know it would be great if we could do middle income, but it hasn't happened yet. So unless we force it, I can't see how it's going to happen. And I'm willing to take the chance to try this, is my opinion about it. I see where you're coming from. I just see this as an opportunity to actually get some middle income housing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nicole?
I agree with where Tara's going here. I mean, if we're behind our goals on middle income, at what point do we play catch up? At what point? Do we wait till we've reached 15% of affordable by 2030 and then go, okay, now it's our turn? The ship will be sailed by then. The community will be toast, more or less, in terms of it'll be insurmountable to make up on middle income at that point. So I just don't see why we don't move in that direction now. And I also wonder if it's that trade-off of, maybe 15 versus 30 or 40 for affordable. Won't that, over time, that divergence get bigger and bigger and bigger with the cost of building, and therefore where the rental market is versus ownership? Because the rental market is just going to keep taking off and keep moving past the ownership model. So that's just going to become even harder, and it's going to become an even worse trade-off year over year, I would imagine. So if we don't start chipping away now, I'm not sure we're going to be able to crawl it back and get to our goals.
Nicole? We can straw poll in a minute here, too.
Thanks. So, I mean, I think let me just state the issue that I am struggling with, and that maybe somebody can advise me, or just something to think about as we're considering this. So, there's research that shows that living among the wealthy, even as an upper middle class person, is actually detrimental to your mental health. So, I worry if we're thinking about making the number of people who are in these sort of locked in, not market rate homes smaller. I wonder, if we're exacerbating that and just creating a worse experience for the people who are locked into these homes. And, you all have heard me talk before that I really do struggle with this idea of limiting the equity that people have in their homes, just period. And so from my perspective, anything we can do to not do that is something that I would be in favor of moving towards. So I would much rather have more rental housing than have these equity limited affordable housing units because I think it's hard for people to save up the money that they need to then move into retirement homes or do other things that those of us with market rate homes have the opportunity to do. So,
Cool. Rachel.
So I think we asked for this. Just put that out there. I think we are having a middle income housing crisis, and we just don't see the list as readily because people are moving out of town because they can't afford to live here. And we heard tonight, like, let's figure out a way to make more than 10 police officers be able to live in our town. And I think we are, like, we just jump around so much on, like, I think we sort of have to, like, you know, follow through on what we see as a need 12 months ago, and staff does all this work on it, and then we're like, let's just stick with lower income affordable housing. I think it's going to be a not great community when teachers and nurses and police officers and baristas cannot live in this community because we've only done the under 80% AMI, and I think that's what we were trying to tackle. I think that most of those people, kind of in that income bracket, are engage in volunteerism and coach little leagues and stuff. So I just think we really, in addition to not having people able to do those jobs, we lose out on it as a community if we don't. Like Bob's always talking about the barbell. Like we are not meeting the middle of that barbell, and this is a little step we could take. So I'd keep moving forward with it on that one.
Okay. Yep, I would like to do a straw poll here in a second, but real quick.
I'm not sure I agree I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Nicole, just because I think for me, like the Holiday neighborhood has different income levels. And that is a healthy place. To me, to be able to have a neighborhood or like a development that has different types of people of different incomes, to me is much better than just one income, because then you get to see what other people are like as opposed to just living with people that are like you. So I think from a social point of view, that's even a good idea, middle income, and adding affordable units on site.
So can we do a straw poll here? How many people would like to switch to the 15% middle income approach? Just a show of hands. We got 1, 2, 3, and Junie, I can't tell if your hand is raised or not. Not raised. Okay. So it looks like we have 3 people interested in taking that approach. So I have to say, I kind of apologize here. A year ago, we said, what would it take to get more on-site affordable units? And so that was like, we'd love to have more on-site affordable. And I just speak for myself first. It was like, oh, that's what it would take. Well, now we've checked it out. Now we know what it would take. And I would say, I don't think it's worth the trade-off. So kudos to you for doing the work. We asked you to do the work. Thank you for doing the work. And it's just that the reality of the situation is not necessarily a trade-off that we're willing to make. So appreciate the work you put into it. How about the Nexus study to support the residential linkage fee? Are we good with this? Yeah. Oh, I got a hand here.
I don't know that I'm psyched about us putting a linkage fee on the missing middle that we really want to encourage people to develop. So as I read this is including things like duplexes. I don't know if it would draw in things like ADUs as well, but if I'm reading that right, I don't know that I support the staff rec, because when we are talking about applying this to missing middle, we gotta encourage. No, okay, Kurt, am I reading it wrong?
Let me make sure I understand your concern, because you mentioned duplexes. So,
as I always do.
Yeah. So I think how this would apply. There's an older existing 1,500 square foot home in Martin Acres, let's say. They take that down. Right. In some of the new planning things that we're working on, that could potentially be a duplex, or it could be a larger single family home. Under a duplex scenario, you're actually creating an additional unit. So that one additional unit, you're actually going to pay cash in lieu on.
Currently.
And if we do the Nexus study for that unit that you're rebuilding, if it also becomes much larger, then you'll pay an impact fee on the first unit. So even under the current environment, you're going to pay cash in lieu if you take a single family and turn it into a duplex. So this wouldn't impact that in any way.
Thanks for that. But it will make it also apply to the other half, right? Or no? I thought I read somewhere in here that it would hit duplexes, triplexes.
So currently, if there's a single family home, you rebuild it into a duplex,
You're getting
you
tagged
only
on the
pay
second.
cash in lieu for the second unit.
But what would the change bring?
The change would bring an impact fee that would probably be somewhat similar to the cash in lieu, but for that first unit.
Right. So
If it was significantly
bigger,
larger.
Only
If
the
it's
expanded square footage.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be for that situation, it's going to be a relatively small financial impact. Where the big impact is if they build a much larger home, that's where it's going to have the financial impact.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Well, I generally saw strong support for this. I don't know, Rachel, if you're still kind of on the fence. Okay. But I think we got the thumbs up for this one. And as Rachel, you made a couple flags on the cleanups, but are we generally comfortable with the cleanups and updates and clarifications occurring?
I have a comment on back to the required rent. So as I understand it, we've now said we're not going to create any middle income for owning. So if we take away the 80% option under the required rents for mixed income, I think I've done this, Matt, stop me if I'm just totally reading this like whole chart wrong, but like at 80% of AMI, two people making $85,000 a year could qualify for one of those units. I think they would be they're not going to be eligible under the affordable rent. They'd have to pay market rent now. 60,000 is what would be the top of affordable now, because the rest would be 50%. So 60% or 50%. 60% for two people, 63,000. So I think that's if you work 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year at $16 an hour, between two people each making 32,000, you're at 64,000 and you're out. So I think we're not having any workforce housing really in those units. So we really go in the opposite on middle income here. I'd like to see more middle income. I hear you saying that it doesn't work under LIHTC, but I just don't get it.
Can I add one clarification to that as well? So the rent is set at 60%, but you can rent it to someone who makes more than 60%. I can't remember exactly what the percentage is, but I think it can go up to about 85% of the AMI income to still fall within the qualification for that 60% AMI rent. So it's a broad range for each AMI category.
So, I mean, I like I said, this is all out of context, so I can only see what's here, but it says proposed rent mix is 80% affordable units for 60% AMI households. You're saying that can go up to 85%? It's not really 60%?
Well, the rent is set at 60, but you'll never find a family that just makes 60% of the AMI. It's always a range for each level.
Okay.
David, did you want to chime in on that?
I did. I think one thing to keep in mind is the average market rate rent just overall for Boulder, according to CoStar, is $2,100 a month. So that's market rate, and the affordable rent for an 80% AMI unit. This is like kind of a blend of size, but it's about $1,950 a month. So it's not that far off a market rate. So your sort of discount to the average market rate is just not very much. So I think that's sort of a consideration to keep in mind too on the 80% AMI rents.
Thanks for that. Although I would say, I think we've heard loud and clear that $150 a month for people right on the edge there is pretty meaningful.
Okay, so we got a comment there. Thanks for that, Rachel. But I think in general, we're in favor of moving forward with these cleanups and codes and such, right? Okay, great. So that's the feedback. Does that give you what you need?
Can I ask a quick question?
Of course.
So if we're not going to move forward with the change for middle income, we do have incentives built into the program. And I don't even know how this would work because I don't want to get us off our schedule for adoption, but I would want to strengthen those a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't hurt, might not help, but it won't hurt. And they basically revolve around if you put a certain amount on site, you get more middle income units. That's the incentive we've had built into the program. I would just sort of strengthen that a little bit. Does that make sense?
Say that one more time.
So the way we have it right now, it's 25%, and there are incentives in the program. So if you put 75% of the required units on site, you get a different mix of pricing. In other words, and you get more middle income. It's an incentive. So I would want to strengthen that, and there's a couple others that are similar. So if you have a smaller project. Right now it says if you have a project of 20 units or smaller, all the pricing is middle income. I was thinking to raise that to like 40 units or smaller. All the pricing could be middle income. So I would just suggest that we strengthen those incentives. Again, it might not help because the 25% is so kind of infeasible, but it wouldn't hurt either.
So I'm seeing some nodding heads. Sounds interesting. I mean, this is very on the fly, so I don't know that we can say yes or no. But it sounds interesting. I just wouldn't want to delay the other work.
Right.
Yeah, I think we'll have to consider if we can look at that within our current scope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for all your work on this. Again, really appreciate it. And
Aaron wants to end this meeting. What do you think?
I mean, it's so early. Why would I want to end the meeting? Any final thoughts, folks? All right. Seeing none, I'll gavel us closed at 10:55 p.m. Thanks, everybody.